Members of council, please take your seats. Members of council. Hello, hello. Members of council, please take your seats. Okay, this meeting is now resumed. Members, please rise if you're able and join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of Dominica Costadro, Mary Ann Neary, and grandmother Pauline Shirt. Thank you. Please be seated. Members, we will now review and confirm the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 18.7, review of the order paper. There are 61 items left on the agenda, including 33 members' motion. Council has timed IE 13.1 as the first item of business this morning. The mayor has timed her second key matter, PH 12.3, heading Expanding Housing Options in Neighborhoods, Major Street Study, final report, as the first item of business after members' motion. I will now take the release of holds, and the clerk will open up the speakers list and CMP, and you can place your name on the list if you have an item to release. Councillor Sachs.
And I wouldn't. Yes, thank you. So on TE 13.22, I have a motion. I think staff have it.
Okay, can you name the item, please?
I'm sorry, it's the Bathurst Street construction zone. Hang on, let me get the actual name. 399 Bathurst Street, Nassau Street construction staging area.
Okay, so what is your motion?
My motion is to change the compulsory meeting with the neighborhood from monthly to quarterly plus on request.
Okay, the motion is on the screen. This is on T 13.22, 399 Bathurst Street. On the amendment by Councillor Sachs, all in favor. Show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried.
Thank you, and I have one more.
Okay.
TE 13.42.
The item?
It's 13.42. Keeping Dundas Street, streetcar moving through Chinatown, temporary adjustments to parking regulations. So it came without recommendations, and I'm moving the staff recommendations plus a report back.
So on T 13.42, keeping Dundas Street streetcar moving through Chinatown, you are moving the staff recommendation.
Well, plus a report back.
Okay, hold on.
I sent it to you.
Okay, just one sec, please.
Yeah, you have it, yes? Not ready?
Just confirming moving the staff recs and the additional.
Right, so the one I sent you is what I'm moving, which is the staff recommendations plus a report.
Okay, Councillor Sachs.
We'll hold it down.
If it's not ready, we'll hold it down.
All right.
Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd be happy to release NY 13.3, 824 Shepherd Avenue West, and a series of addresses.
Okay, just one sec. Let me find it. Okay, NY 13.3, yes?
13.3, 824 Shepherd Avenue West, a series of addresses on Coxfield Avenue, zoning amendment and renting housing demolition. I'd be happy to release that. I'd ask for a recorded vote because I'd like to be recorded in the negative.
So you're releasing the item?
Yes, on a recorded vote, please.
Oh, recorded vote, okay. Recorded vote.
NY
13.3, 824 Shepherd. Recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, the motion to adopt the item carries. The vote is 13-3.
Okay. Councillor McKelvey?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can release IE 13.6, update on Stage 2 single-use takeaway items with a recorded vote.
So Councillor McKelvey is releasing IE 13.6. On favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Councillor Holliday?
Thank you, Speaker. I'm just searching for it. It's TE 13.3, and I'll read the title in a sec. City-initiated zoning bylaw amendments reallocating Section 37 funds from certain developments within Ward 11 decision report approval. Thank you.
So you're releasing the item T 13.3?
I am.
Okay, thank you. On T 13.3, all in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Councillor Cheng?
Madam Speaker, I would like to release CC 18.11, 2 to 4, 6, 8, 10 to 12, Oakburn present.
You're releasing CC 18.11?
Yes.
Okay. All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried.
Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you, Speaker. IE 13.1, a micro-mobility strategy for Toronto. I'd just like to release that into the hands of the Chair, Infrastructure Committee Chair, Deputy Mayor McKelvey.
Well, that was the first key item.
No, it's not. No, a micro-mobility strategy for Toronto?
Yeah.
Oh, it's held for 9:30. Okay. I thought the mayor's
This
took an
this
item.
was
I'm
the
sorry.
first
Yeah.
this was the first item of
I
business
get
this
it, not the
morning.
key item, first business. Got it.
Okay,
So
thank
we'll
you.
just deal with it. Thank you.
Councillor Moyes?
Madam Speaker, I'd like to release IE 13.3, the King Street Transit Priority Corridor. But I do also have a motion I think the clerks will have. It's just to report back in the fourth quarter.
Okay, hold on. IE 13.3, does the staff have his motion?
They do, it's on the screen.
Okay, it's on the screen, go ahead.
And it's to report back in the fourth quarter, 2024, to the IEC committee.
Can't hear you.
It's just report back to the fourth quarter, to the IEC committee. Okay?
Okay, it's on the screen, the amendment. All in favor of the amendment? Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended. All in favor, carried.
Chair, can I get somebody from IT for some help, please?
Okay, if we can get someone from IT to come and help Councillor Fletcher.
Everybody's having trouble.
Yeah. Okay. All those in favor of adopting the order of paper as amended. On favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Members, I have reviewed an urgent motion without notice to be added to the agenda. You don't have it yet? No, it's not ready yet? All right. You have it? Okay. Who? Okay, Councillor Bradford, do you want to introduce this one? It was Deputy Mayor Malik that moved it. You're the seconder? There it is on the screen. Oh, sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Yep, this came out of our Toronto Music Advisory Committee last month, and this is support for the relocation of the It's Okay Community Arts Studio in Deputy Mayor Malik's ward.
All in favor? Carried. Members, the city clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available for members' review in the clerk's meeting portal. ST 6.1, council member appointments, the City of Toronto Long-Term Care Committee of Management, and the city clerk has submitted a supplementary report. Now, Councillor Moyes, you have a petition?
I do, Madam Speaker. I have two sets of petitions I'd like to submit. The petition calls on City Council to protect the freedom to protest and picket and vote no on motions that limit protests and pickets. These petitions were collected by my office as well as Progress Toronto and New York Regional Council. It says protests and pickets are important elements of democracy and are features of a thriving society. Over the past 6 months, our city has seen an increase in protests and pickets. Residents across Toronto are exercising their protected charter rights and freedoms. They need to feel safe to do so. Unfortunately, some politicians have introduced an anti-democratic, anti-worker motion at municipal councils across the province in reaction to peaceful protest. These motions are aimed to limit our charter rights and freedoms, which in turn will stifle democracy. Many of the concerns about protests, harassment, destruction of property, violence, hate, and so on are unfounded, since they are already illegal. This type of legislation can only serve to limit our freedom of assembly and expression, risk creating a political environment wherein workers and others are unable to fully exercise rights, and relies on undue enforcement to limit our freedoms. We call on you to protect our rights to peaceful protests and pickets, reject any motion that seeks to limit protected charter activity, and for council to seek no further avenues, legal or extra-legal, to restrict charter freedoms.
Carried. Councillor Bradford, you wanted to make an announcement?
I have petitions, remember, from yesterday?
Oh, you have one too, sorry. Councillor Fletcher, you have a petition?
Thanks, Speaker. I have a petition to City Council to shut down a short-term rental at a particular address on Salter Street, and in particular because there was an armed home invasion at this Airbnb on the weekend. Residents are very concerned. It's been going on for a year, and I would like the city to be clear that this is an address where there should be no Airbnb. So this is a petition, and I will have a motion coming later asking City Council to support that request.
Okay, thank you. So on the petitions by Councillor Fletcher, on favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Councillor Bradford, you wanted to make an announcement?
Yeah, if you could indulge me for a minute here. We're joined in the chambers this morning by Marianne Neary's family and friends. She passed unexpectedly last week, and we had a condolence motion prepared, and I appreciate council doing that and acknowledging it. They joined us yesterday, and obviously with the pause in council proceedings, we didn't have an opportunity to connect. But I would just say, and I rise to acknowledge Marianne's contributions to active transportation, cycling, and the broader community here in Toronto over the many years that she's been active doing that. And in particular, when you look at things like cycling network across the East End, I cannot overstate or underscore enough that stuff would not have gone forward without her contributions. She was a collaborative city builder in every sense of the word, somebody who was working towards positive outcomes. And I think all of us engage with different stakeholders and residents, and sometimes those are positive interactions, sometimes they're negative. Marianne always approached it from a place of positivity. I'm sure that she didn't necessarily agree with everything that I've ever done as a councillor, but where we shared alignment on active transportation and road safety, she was just a tremendous ally, and she would do that work in the community. And it's one thing to sign a petition and fire off tweets at people online. It's another thing to show up in the park and have those conversations with residents and help move the needle on these things. So she was one of the founders of Ward 32 back in the old era cycling group. She'd be at Eastland Park turning the wrenches, helping kids tune up their bikes. She was an athlete her entire life and did a lot of endurance sports. And again, I can't overstate enough that the progress that we've made, the collaborative conversations that we've had as a community that have allowed these projects to be successful, that is directly a result of Marianne's contributions, and we wouldn't be here where we are today in the East End without her. So she'll be dearly missed. It was an unexpected loss, and my love and condolence to the family and friends who join us here in the council chambers this morning. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Bradford. And on behalf of the council, my condolence, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, members, we will now consider item IE 13.1. Micromobility strategy for Toronto. Questions? Does the staff want to do a presentation? Well, yeah, because I have questions. Councillor Fletcher, if you
Make a
want
point of
to
order.
come up. Councillor Holiday, well, hold on, Councillor Pasternak's name is there. Do you have questions?
No, it's a point of order. It's a technical one. There's a video online from Transport Canada. I'm just trying to find out if the clerks or the staff can show it to council, if we're able to project it on the thing. It's part of my questions.
We can do it, Councillor Holiday, as part of your speaking time if you like.
Thank you.
Councillor Pasternak, questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, much of what I'm reading in this report is predicated on the basis that the City of Toronto signed licensing agreements with various vendors to provide scooters for rent across our city. Now, we can make them legal without signing any of the agreements. We have no obligation whatsoever to sign licensing agreements with the various leading scooter rental companies.
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Speaker, that's correct. You can do one without the other, and there's no obligation.
So much of what we talk about when this item keeps coming up is the massive scooter dumping in cities that have tried it. But we could technically legalize scooter use without signing these agreements. Would that be a correct assumption?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Speaker, that's correct.
Now, currently, although, we'll clarify for us, riding a scooter based on the description in the report is currently not legal in Toronto.
Thank you, Councillor, and yes, that's correct. The City of Toronto has not entered into a pilot project, so they are not legal.
So vendors, retail outlets can sell them, private citizens can own them, but you cannot use them on city property. Is that what I'm concluding from your comment?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Speaker, it's true that anyone online or through an in-person retailer can purchase one because they can be operated on private property. The federal government's role and responsibility is to manage point of sale and imports, and so the City of Toronto is very constrained in doing anything about that.
So you can own one, you can sell one if I'm a retailer, you can own one, but you cannot ride one.
That's correct, Councillor. Through the pilot project, the City of Toronto has weighed the pros and cons and has recommended not to enter a pilot project.
Okay. Do I see police services here to answer questions on this item or licensing? Enforcement. I mean, I think it's highly remote that our officers, our good officers, are going to be pulling scooter riders over. I would say, is it safe to assume enforcement of the limited number of scooters on our streets these days, enforcement is pretty close to zero?
Thank you, Councillor. I can state some statistics that in 2023, specifically for riding on sidewalk, there were 89 tickets issued.
Would you consider that a lot, or I just?
No, I would not, Councillor.
Yeah. Okay. No, fair enough. And it's safe to assume that we really don't have the resources to enforce the current bylaws. I mean, I see scooters all the time on the street, on the sidewalk. Clearly, we're not going to use up a lot of police or municipal licensing time to enforce.
Thank you, Councillor. Officers engage in enforcement as they observe or have investigated persons contravening the bylaws or the Highway Traffic Act. It isn't always possible for them to interact or engage with them in all instances. And
Madam Speaker, I can barely hear.
It is resource dependent.
Maybe I need a hearing test, but I've got to tell you, I'm having a tough time hearing the response.
Councillor Matlow and Councillor Cole, please. Councillor Fletcher.
There's Yip Yap here, too.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
As I was saying, Councillor.
It might be me, I don't know.
I speak low as well, I apologize. Officers do engage in enforcement as they observe or have investigated persons contravening rules of the HTA and bylaws. It isn't always possible for them to engage in all instances and is dependent on resources and priority tasks that they may have to attend.
Okay. All right, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Ainslie.
Through you, so to transportation staff, so e-scooters, you can buy them in just many retail establishments in Toronto, but they're illegal.
Thank you,
to use.
Councillor. Thank you, Councillor. Through the Speaker, that's correct. The federal government has the role and responsibility to set vehicle safety standards, such as whether certified batteries are required, what kind of braking, what kind of suspension, what kind of tires. The City of Toronto has absolutely less ability to influence and affect point of sale and imports.
Okay, so we opted out of the pilot project. Why would we not just, what's the difficulty in legalizing scooters for use in Toronto?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Speaker. What we understand is from before and after, when a jurisdiction allows e-scooters, there can be a significant increase in usage and significant injuries, and then the subsequent liability and cost to the city. For example, in Austria, before and after they allowed e-scooters, there was a 5-fold increase in injuries related to e-scooters presenting at hospitals. But in their city, Vienna, it was a 19-fold increase over 3 years. So the city just has to be prepared for what that means for our resources, for personal injury lawsuits and claims, for paramedics and hospitals.
Okay, but so from a city resource side, what do you think that we need if hypothetically scooter use went up 5-fold? Because as healthcare is a provincial matter.
Through the Speaker, so I think, Councillor, part of the challenge is, as a Vision Zero city, we're very, very focused on wanting to make sure that people who are moving through the city are safe. And we don't believe that that use of e-scooters on our streets, especially in the downtown core with our streetcar tracks, with the competing use on our sidewalks. There's lots and lots of people who walk in Toronto, which we're very fortunate about that. But people who are on e-scooters don't typically stay exactly where we'd like them to stay. So that, plus the fact that we don't have any standards for the actual equipment that could give us some comfort that there would be safety when people use them in the city, is one of the definite factors in helping us to move to a place where we don't want to enter into the pilot at this time. It is possible
that
I'm
talking about not entering the pilot and we just legalize them. Because I'm trying to understand, Barbara, how we get ahead of this, because people are buying them all the time in Walmart, Canadian Tire, Home Hardware, Lowe's, are buying them all the time. And we have a bylaw against them, but people don't understand that, right?
And I think that working with the federal government and working with the provincial government to try to get better safety standards means that in the future, if that's the case, then we can certainly revisit our stance on this issue.
Okay, all right. And my question for the police, so e-scooters are illegal to use in Toronto. You can buy them. We have a municipal bylaw against them. If your officers were to stop somebody using an electric scooter, what are you charging them with? Because at a recent town hall meeting I had where I had a number of people saying they're very happy to use them. I said the police, they're illegal, and the police that were there, they were like, we don't know what we would charge them with, or how we would identify that they're illegal. They don't have a license plate or any markings on them.
Thank you, Councillor. There are options for the officers under the Highway Traffic Act to issue a Part 3 summons to court. It's a no-set fine ticket that would have to proceed through the provincial courts to be determined. And there are also options under the City of Toronto bylaws.
Okay, and so in the last year, how many tickets have Toronto Police Services given to people for using electric scooters in Toronto?
Thank you, Councillor. I'm sorry, I can't answer that question. I don't have the statistic for just e-scooters in Toronto.
Okay, could you send them to my office, please?
We'll try and get them pulled for you and send them.
Okay, and then hypothetically, one of your officers, they see an e-scooter going down the street, how would they stop it? Or e-scooter on the sidewalk, how would they stop an e-scooter?
Well, speaking hypothetically, it would be situation dependent, but on the street, I would assume they would use their, if they were in a police car, use their lights and siren to signal the rider to pull over and then interact that way. Or they
And on
could
a sidewalk?
They could call out to them. They could come up on the curb, park their vehicle, come up to them.
And on a sidewalk, how would they do that?
Well, hypothetically, they could get out of their car ahead of the
That was your
e-scooter.
last question.
Sorry?
Sorry, I didn't hear all the answer.
Hypothetically speaking, they could park their vehicle in front of the e-scooter's path, not blocking it, but on the road properly, exit their car and approach the rider on foot.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Speaker. I just had a few questions for City Legal. Just in terms of joint and several liability, can you explain what the city's legal exposure is for people using e-scooters, for example, and then subsequently causing injuries either through getting hit or maybe there's a fire on a TTC bus or vehicle?
So generally speaking, if we're talking about a exposure because someone is injured using an e-scooter, the question for a court would be whose fault is the injury? And they would look at a number of factors, including the individual's conduct. You mentioned being hit by a vehicle. They would look at the driver's conduct. They would look at many other things. The city's potential exposure would be with respect to road maintenance, essentially. And the city is required to maintain roads to a minimum standard, which I understand the city does. The report before you today does indicate, though, that those standards don't contemplate the use of e-scooters, and the report recommends that until they have been reviewed and revised with e-scooters in mind, that e-scooters not be permitted.
So would the liability then be from someone using an e-scooter on a road that was maybe not up to standard for an e-scooter, and that would be the liability would be from the person actually riding on the e-scooter?
What I would say is that, if someone is injured while using a city road, the city is generally included as a defendant. Yeah. The city is not always found to be liable, though.
And then if you have the other situation of someone bringing an e-scooter on a TTC train and then it catching on fire, and the city has banned that, but we're not really enforcing that, how would that work?
Again, speaking very generally, the city is not required to enforce to a particular level. Okay. The cases where municipalities are held liable for failure to enforce are few and far between, and they generally involve very specific fact situations where the court finds a duty of care to enforce. It's very rare, though.
So is our liability for the proliferation of e-scooters and not really having a way to enforce the ban, would you say that's not a significant risk at this point?
I'm not really prepared to comment on the ability to enforce at this point.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. And I just had some other questions for bylaw enforcement. Thank you very much.
Okay.
In terms of the sale of lithium batteries, what is the city doing to enforce rules against the sales of modified lithium batteries, which are the primary causes of a lot of these fires with e-scooters?
Okay, we just give a second for the staff to sit down. I'll give you a few extra seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. We would need to license the business that is selling these, and we do not license retailers.
So is there no way for the city to enforce any regulations against the sale of modified lithium batteries?
Again, we do not have a license category for retail. And we license under the City of Toronto Act for the purposes of consumer protection and health and safety. And this has not been a category that has emerged.
Have there been any discussions about education in terms of either to the sellers or to the users of these end products?
The short answer is no. Obviously, I think by Councillor Ainsley's questions as well, there is a lot of misinformation out there on what can and cannot happen in this space. Education related to fire could be done by our colleagues in Toronto Fire who do a lot of public education, and I'll turn it over to my colleague Larry Coco.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, Toronto Fire Service is launching a education campaign specifically focused on the hazards related to lithium-ion batteries on June 25th. And one of the key areas of that focus is going to be advising the consumer to not alter lithium-ion batteries. And in fact, Toronto Fires has an external working group with various stakeholders, and some of the e-bike manufacturers and associations have been involved and are communicating that information to their retailers and repairers out in their networks. So our focus, that's one of the leading causes of failure, is altering the devices.
Thank you. Councillor Chang, questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to just clarify the key issues for us to prevent us from legalizing e-scooters is one of liability, the state of Toronto's road conditions, which the report says is 24 to 43% of Toronto roads are in poor condition. The federal government needs to have better safety standards with regards to batteries and speed limits. And provincial government should explore a licensing of e-scooters. Are those some of the key things that we are hoping to see in order for us to consider legalization?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Speaker. Yes, and just to add on to what you said, we are working with the federal government on better design standards for micromobility vehicles, so in addition to the features that you mentioned. And with the provincial government, it's about the insurance, so that if you're uninsured or you're a non-rider, there's also protection and also for the rider.
And how does that relate to e-bicycles? Because an electric bike can also go a significant speed and cause injury. And how does insurance play into that mode of transportation?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Speaker, yes, absolutely. The way that our recommendation is worded would include various e-bikes and other micromobility because there are gaps in insurance coverage.
So the insurance issue doesn't prevent us from legalizing electric bikes, but it is one of the obstacles for us in legalizing e-scooters.
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Speaker, yes, that's correct because of the differences in the wheel size and the scientific and academic and manufacturer data that says e-scooters would not be able to handle uneven surfaces or irregularities compared with larger wheeled bicycles or e-bikes.
Do we envision a future that once legalized that e-scooters would then be using roads or bike lanes?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Speaker. In a world where we have those things like better standards and sort of insurance options, e-scooters we would imagine that they would be in bike lanes, but bike lanes are on road surfaces, so yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Do you think we lose credibility when we create bylaws that are not enforced?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Speaker. I think it's the same challenge whether it's drivers running red lights and speeding. I think enforcement across the board for bylaws is a challenge. I think we're not alone in every jurisdiction around the world, even where they've legalized it and where they haven't. Micromobility is increasingly being a challenge. So I don't think the City of Toronto loses any credibility. In fact, we're hearing positive feedback for our micromobility strategy.
So in jurisdictions that are participating in the pilot, are we in communication with them to track their data? And is there a consensus across the province towards some of the goals that are our key issues and obstacles towards legalization?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Speaker, yes, absolutely. We are definitely in communication with many different jurisdictions, especially ones that are similar in context, both in North America, and also tracking ones that are in Europe that are leading the way, including Paris, France.
And are we tracking data of e-scooter use in our city, even though it's illegal? Because we know they're used quite pervasively across the city, and so even though it's not legal, is there a pathway where we can still track the usage and the incidents that occur?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Speaker, there is data that's fairly newly collected and emerging. So, for example, in 2022, there was the first cordon count, which looked at 2 areas and the various micromobility and, for example, bicycles, e-bikes, cargo bikes, e-scooters, e-mopeds that cross that boundary. And so there would be a way over time to track basically the breakdown of all the various micromobility vehicles. Now, it does take a lot of resourcing because the video analytics need to be, there needs to be data cleaning, but there is the data group is looking at this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, through Madam Speaker. Do we know how many scooters are in the city currently?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Speaker. That's a very challenging question, or it's a challenging question for any of the micromobility modes, but from the cordon count that was done in 2022, and there'll be a report that will be released shortly, in those areas that were sort of mostly in the core, the people entering and passing that boundary were only around 3,000, and that was in 22, and that was only over the period of the days that cordon count was collected, data was collected.
And how many complaints have 311 or MLS have received in the last year or two?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Speaker. We don't have that data. We just have the data that we collected with police on the enforcement piece. So I would need to circle back with you for that.
And do we have any idea how many injuries have been reported with pedestrians and scooters or micromobility devices, maybe in the last year or two?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Through you, Speaker. We don't have good data. There's no comprehensive data on the burden of e-scooter injuries for Ontario. In Toronto, because we don't have a pilot, and there is, the use is less than if there were a pilot. The data are not, they're actually, we hear anecdotally from healthcare partners that they are undercounts because the international code that was established just a couple of years ago to capture e-scooter injuries is very limited and doesn't capture the most common type of injury. So the short answer is we don't really have a good sense of the injury counts, and what we do have is an undercount, most definitely.
To Councillor Moyes, through the Speaker, there used to be a gap in the crash reporting that police had, the form that they had, which did not actually indicate that an e-scooter is one of the vehicles, which that has evidently been fixed, but there will be a lag before we have more data collected. So we're on the track to be able to collect better data through injury, but we don't have it as of yet.
So here's a $1 million question. So since we know that micromobility devices are illegal in the city, and is Toronto Police actually stops them, and the owners of these micromobilities are using them and it's illegal, can the police not confiscate those devices? Especially if you're going to go to court, it's evidence. I mean, we're choosing not to legalize it, so the alternative would be to actually take them away.
Thank you, Councillor, through the Speaker. Issuing the bylaw offense, there wouldn't be, if it was a bylaw offense being cited to the person riding, there wouldn't be an ability to seize the scooter itself. This ownership of the scooter is not illegal.
But riding it is illegal. I mean, if, for example, I have a vehicle that is not licensed, as a licensed driver, I'm not permitted to actually use it. And if the police stops me, then they can actually tow my vehicle away.
Thank you, Councillor, through the Speaker. We give the person driving the option of towing the vehicle by themselves, and if they're not willing to do so, then we use one of our contract tows to remove the vehicle to a pound that's under contract, and the owner can then have another tow truck tow it to a location of their choice. The police don't actually seize and hold the vehicle.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. Certainly, first, thank you. My colleagues have asked a number of the questions I wanted to ask, but to the police, do you expect enforcement to cause the use of e-scooters by private individuals to stop in Toronto?
Thank you, Councillor, through the Speaker. That's not something I've personally considered and have an opinion on without looking at data and research. I can see that right now people are riding them now with the prohibition on them. I'm not sure if the enforcement would reduce that number.
Right. We certainly don't have any evidence that it would. Now, we've spent a lot of time talking about scooters. Let's talk about sidewalks. And I'm not sure who in staff, perhaps transportation, can answer this. Do you agree that the use of motorized vehicles, whether scooters, bikes, or any other kind, at speed on the sidewalk is a serious public safety and health threat?
Through the Speaker, to Councillor Sachs, I would agree that the compatibility and the speed of a mobile vehicle, electric vehicle on the sidewalk is not compatible with pedestrians.
And it puts people's life and health at risk?
Yes, it can.
Okay. Now, what tools does the city have to keep those motorized micromobility vehicles off the sidewalk, especially when they're being operated at speed?
So through the Speaker, I would say that one of the things that we do is to try to limit the amount of use, right, which is one of the reasons why we're not interested in opting into the pilot. We try to manage situations through the infrastructure where we know that we can make better decisions about how our sidewalks are set up for people to walk and have them be wide enough for when there are times and places where people are not necessarily following the rules. But I think our best defense is education. And as we've talked about many times, our ability to do enforcement is somewhat limited given that there is always going to be more demand for enforcement than there are the resources to do the enforcement. So continuing to do education, working with user groups who we know are involved in using e-scooters. Like we have a small working group with our gig worker community to be able to help work with those providers as well. So I think education is one of our best bets.
Right. We've done a lot of education and outreach over the last year. You have, I have, in various means, and we have seen a little bit of reduction in e-bike couriers on the sidewalk, but we still have a serious problem. You agree?
I would agree that it is certainly not solved.
Right. Okay. And there's nothing in this motion that is going to solve that, right? If we pass this motion today, we are still going to have a serious problem with e-bikes going too fast on the sidewalk and putting people's lives and health at risk.
I think we will still have that problem. I also think that trying to limit use through not making use easy is one of the ways that we can help minimize the impact.
I'm not talking about scooters at the moment. I'm talking about bikes at the moment, right? And they're legal in Toronto, and no one's suggesting that they shouldn't be. But is there... So the province bars us from licensing couriers and courier companies right now. They specifically prevent us from doing that under the regulations to the City of Toronto Act, right?
Thank you, Councillor. And through the Speaker, that's correct. There's a regulation in the City of Toronto Act that prevents that.
Right. And if you've helped me prepare a motion asking the province to get out of our way and let us regulate the courier companies. And if we did that, we had that power, we could do a more effective job protecting the pedestrians on our sidewalks, right?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Speaker, that would provide greater authority and power to do more.
Right, and so you support the motion you've helped me draft, which I'm going to introduce shortly.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Speaker, staff provided advice and background, and it's preferred. It's preferred than the what was there before.
I think that was an answer. That was a yes. What are we doing to improve pavement conditions in the bike lanes and cycle tracks so that they're not such a hazard to life and safety?
That was your last question.
Yep. Through the Speaker, I just want to cycle back a little bit on the licensure issue, and I think what Janet was saying is, yes, we were happy to help make that motion something that we thought was more effective. We're not necessarily supportive of licensure, generally speaking, for e-mobility, but I understand your reasoning for wanting to bring it forward, so we were happy to support you with that motion. And then in terms of potholes, we actually have dedicated crews now in the last couple of years who have, and we are doing pothole blitzes specifically focused on cycling facilities and our connected bike lanes. We understand that the impact of to a cyclist or somebody on a micro-mobility device when they hit either a pothole or discontinuity is more substantial than it certainly is in terms of injury for somebody in a vehicle. And so we are focusing on that. And just our last couple of blitzes and even work that we do during the week is trying to focus on getting those resolved as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Okay, before we continue, Mayor Chow, would you like just to say a few words?
Yeah.
Okay.
Council members, today I've declared today as WNBA Day. I just announced that it has arrived to Toronto. Yes. The new team is going to be a role model for all the girls and all the sports fans, and new legacy. It's exciting for Toronto. First franchise outside U.S., yeah. So I also want to take the moment to say that our city manager, Paul Johnson, actually coach and referee a lot of basketball teams. So this is one of his dreams that have become a reality today. And they will be playing in the CNE Coliseum. So I just want to let you know, I just came back from the press conference where that announcement was made. Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Can I use that whistle during council meetings? Okay, thank you, Mayor. Councillor Candeval, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a couple of questions. I'm new to the file and trying to understand some of the challenges behind the legalization of e-scooters. Is the predominant challenge the condition of, I would assume that if it were legalized, there would be the existing bike pathways and lanes as the avenue for mobility. Is the condition of those the biggest challenge?
Through the Speaker, the condition of the roads in terms of the gauge of tire of an e-scooter is a challenge. I would say that Toronto has a very unique situation in that we have embedded streetcar tracks in a lot of the areas, which is not to say all over the city, but certainly in the downtown core, that really makes it much more challenging for people to be able to safely navigate and cross roads. So that's one of our biggest challenges. And as a Vision Zero city, we've also, Janet has done a lot of looking at other cities and other jurisdictions to understand what their experience has been once they've brought in any kind of e-scooter program. And they have seen mostly a substantial increase in the amount of injuries and to people who are riding. So emergency room visits have gone up, and people have had outcomes that we would not like to see in a Vision Zero city.
And does staff believe that if they were legalized, that there'd be opportunities to change behavior from sidewalk usage to bike pathway, bike lane usage?
I think we currently believe that if we had more of, if the federal government and the provincial government were playing a heavier role in standardizing the way that the equipment was designed, so that it was designed for safe use, that the batteries were required to be not tampered with and of sufficient fitness, that they did not pose a hazard, that they were not able to speed, and you could have governors on speed so that people weren't going that quickly, that we are hopeful that all those things will come forward in the next few years, which is why we have said that when those types of things change, we'll be happy to take another look at this.
Thank you. And one question to legal, is the concern about liability, would that in any way vary from other liability concerns with other mobility devices? If this
So
was
that
legalized.
liability and safety are generally speaking linked, and what the report tells us is that there are specific safety concerns with respect to this type of vehicle. So I would say yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to ask a little bit about low-speed vehicles, because we haven't talked a lot about that today. I wondered if staff could confirm low-speed vehicles are very different than vehicles. According to Transport Canada, regular vehicles, I think, have, is it 30 or 40 safety requirements? And low-speed vehicles would have 3. And I think Ontario added 1 more.
Thank you, Councillor. And through the Speaker, it is correct that there are different standards and there are fewer. It's not quite just 3, but yes, there's significantly fewer standards for low-speed vehicles.
Okay, so the proposal is that low-speed vehicles would be allowed on city streets with a speed limit up to 50 kilometers an hour.
Thank you, Councillor. And through the Speaker, that is correct.
And is it fair to say that a posted speed doesn't necessarily reflect the operating speed of the street, with the actual speed that vehicles move along? It could be faster.
Through the Speaker, that is correct. Thank you, Councillor.
Not unreasonable to expect traffic moving at 60, whether it's legal or not, realistically.
Through the Speaker, that range is...
And so these low-speed vehicles could be in mixed traffic conditions, could be transport trucks, larger vehicles, smaller vehicles, vehicles moving at 60. That's all possible in this scenario.
Thank you, Councillor. And through the Speaker, in Toronto, there are many local roads, collectors, and major roads that are within that 40 to 50 kilometer per hour posted speed. But yes, they're...
What does Transport Canada say, in their opinion, about the use of low-speed vehicles in urban environments?
Well, the pilot has been around for quite a while, and since 2010, and then in 2017 again in Ontario. And from what we've seen generally across North America, we haven't seen the kinds of safety issues in terms of this pilot. And because there are some safeguards, like some minimal federal vehicle safety standards, that you must have a driver's license, that you must have proof of insurance, that you must register it, that there are some parameters that suggest...
Do they have a position on it?
Transport Canada? Well, since they allow it, allow it and there's permission.
It's okay. I got the website, and you don't have it in front of you, so it's not fair. That's okay. I wonder if the clerk could show the pictures I sent. I grabbed some clips from the internet, and I wondered, I genuinely, if you could tell me, do you think they fall in the low-speed vehicle category or not? And I promise, I won't hold you to it because you're looking at pictures, but they're literally out of the news. I wonder if the clerks could show it. Nope, not that one. We'll see that one in a minute. It's the PDFs. Okay, we'll come back to that. Generally speaking, a low-speed vehicle does not enjoy the same crash protections as we'll get to that in a sec. Low-speed vehicles don't enjoy the same crash protections as regular cars.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Speaker, that is correct. It does not have the same frontal side protection as a regular car.
Is there also a concern about the concept of speed differential? That is when traffic is in mixed traffic conditions and one vehicle is moving slowly, another vehicle is wants to move much quicker, it increases additional risk. There's more chance of a crash or an accident or whatever you want to call it because the vehicles are moving different speeds. It's a conflict.
Thank you, Councillor. And through the Speaker, yes, speed differential is an important consideration. And in Toronto, though, we do have many local roads and collectors that are at 30 to 40 kilometers per speed. And across BC just last year, so it's still fairly fresh, they've allowed low-speed vehicles as neighborhood zero-emission vehicles. And so it's seen as more of a neighborhood vehicle so that those speed differentials hopefully wouldn't be encountered.
But the Ontario proposal is streets 50 and under, and that includes many arterial roads in the City of Toronto. Heck, some of them are posted at 40.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Councillor. And through the Speaker, that is correct. In Ontario, the HTA is allowing it on roads with a 50 kilometer per hour speed limit.
There's my pictures. I wondered if you could just take a quick look and just agree or disagree that these likely would be low-speed vehicles. The clerks could just flip through. There's only 4 of them. I just grabbed them from newspaper articles. You can just show the pages.
Sorry, so this one is not the one that you just showed.
Yep.
That was your last question.
How about that? Yeah, I know. I've been waiting for these to come up, but
this one is likely a low-speed vehicle.
All right. Sorry. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. So that's it for the questions. If we can put the speakers list up. Councillor Fletcher? Councillor Fletcher? Okay, Councillor Fletcher, you're up to speak. You held the item down.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. And sorry, I'm just dealing with a difficult development situation that's going to be heard today. I just rise to support the committee's work and the work of the staff. This is an ongoing matter here in the City of Toronto. And in particular, I want to support those who've written in around pedestrian safety and particularly safety of those with disabilities. And I know those who are have a disability, a seeing disability, are quite concerned about the e-scooters and feel very vulnerable on sidewalks and other places where they're going. Also, I think we're thinking about where people leave them, what they do with them, particularly if it's a rental or a business situation. It's quite different if you have your own personal e-scooter. You're not just going to drop it on the sidewalk because you've spent thousands of dollars on it. You're going to be quite careful where you put it. Wish people were a little more careful where they drove it at the moment, because whether it's on a fleet licensed, managed by private company, or whether it's you on your e-scooter, whether on the Danforth or on Gerrard Street, poor operation of that e-scooter just adds to many other tensions that exist already on the roads. And I'm just looking at anybody who travels into the downtown core knows with the construction sites out on the street, the streetcar tracks, the fixing of the streetcar tracks, the parking, the cafe TO, the cycling, the e-bikes and the deliveries, which is very much a COVID phenomenon, that our roads are extremely, extremely congested and busy, and also quite dangerous. This is dangerous for other drivers of any of those other types of vehicles, as well as dangerous for those who have vulnerabilities. So I appreciate the fact that we get very wise counsel on this to don't go so quickly. I also appreciate the fact that up in Councillor Ainsley's ward, the streets don't look like that. That's not happening there. You're going quite a distance to get to your school or to get to your recreation center. I don't think it's the same context. But if you go on Adelaide or you go, I think Councillor Moy said it took him an hour to go from here to TO Live. It took me an hour to go from here to Fiona Murray's retirement party, which was down on King Street. And I think what worries me about the e-scooters is they weave in and out, they don't know what lane they're in, they're going often faster than car traffic, faster than cycling traffic. So there's a lot more to do before we give it a check mark, particularly in the downtown zones. You know, for boulevard cafes, not for Cafe TO, but for if you've got a flankage patio or a front patio, we have different costings depending upon where you're situated, because we recognize there's different conditions throughout the city. If anything, we should look at those conditions and see what's possible. But looking at our traffic, did I add Uber in that list of things? I didn't have that in there, all those cars that are dropping off or turning right on Dundas illegally and just doing their business in that way. So I just think we have to be extremely careful not to add to everybody's frustration right now. The gardener has everybody, they talk about it all the time. They talk about this even because it's in the West End, but I hear about it all the time in my ward and from anybody who has to travel across the city. So let's be really thoughtful, careful, and I think that the approach that the staff have asked us to take and the committee have endorsed is one of that nature. But also look at where, if we had zones, what this would look like as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morley to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, I have a motion on this item. And I do want to thank staff for their great work and the important analysis before us related to this ongoing issue of micromobility in our city. As I mentioned in my comments at committee, this is a reality. Torontonians are purchasing and utilizing all kinds of micromobility vehicles, not all of which we are looking to sort of bring into compliance today. But my motion before you here is requesting staff, and we worked with staff on this motion, to continue to do cordon counts and analyze the vehicle types that are being utilized in our city so that we can remain alive to this issue as ideally, our federal counterparts work on the appropriate standards as we continue to monitor other jurisdictions where these types of particular vehicles are being utilized. It's important for us to continue to stay alive to this and understand how it's impacting our city because, again, as we've heard comments from other colleagues, this is something Torontonians are engaging with, and we have a situation where they're able to purchase them, which is not illegal, but technically they're not able to use them, and I do think we just need to continue to hold space to understand how this is impacting us and ideally to regulate for it down the road. So that's my motion, and again, thanks to staff. I'd like to keep monitoring this ongoing micromobility challenge. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thanks, Speaker. I have a motion. The motion is very simple, is to delete the recommendations related to the low-speed vehicle pilot. Speaker, I had lots of ideas for silly videos and funny things to show council about concern over this, but I found one that's really serious. I wondered if staff could show that, the clerk's staff. It's a 2-minute video from Transport Canada that shows what happens when a low-speed vehicle is in a crash. I will paraphrase in that it is quite severe, and you shouldn't be surprised at that. If you look at the pictures, you realize these vehicles are much smaller, much lighter than cars and trucks, and when they're in a crash, the occupants are far more subject to injury. I think it's council owes it to the public to make sure that we are very clear on what happens. So we'll just take 2 minutes here. I'm going to continue to talk while we do that. The conclusion of Transport Canada at the end of this video is that, and I'm reading from their website, the physical structures of the low-speed vehicles were compromised, despite the low severity of the crashes. The risk of injury to drivers and passengers of the low-speed vehicles is disproportionately high when they enter into collisions in an urban traffic environment. This testing reaffirms Transport Canada's position that the low-speed vehicle class was created for controlled low-speed environments where the risk of colliding with larger, faster motor vehicles is much lower. They also have a number of questions and answers on their website around these policies, and to paraphrase those as well, Transport Canada recognizes that, you know, a 50-kilometer-an-hour road, there are cars that could be moving or trucks moving at 60 kilometers an hour, and thus these vehicles were designed for different environments, such as a gated community, a campus, a quieter setting. And when they come into mixed traffic, the consequences can be quite severe. And they've issued, in several ways, the same warning. Here we have a pilot project to carry on with this, and I have grave concerns. I have grave concerns about one of these cars going along Steeles, along Kipling, along Islington, along one of the many major arterials in the street where we actually encounter a situation. I mean, look at this one. We actually encounter situations of speed differentials where drivers will get frustrated with a low-speed moving vehicle, and they might take a chance or they might take a risk. I think it's a really neat technology. I mean, so are golf carts. I'm not claiming that these are golf carts, but they can look similar. I think they could be a lot of fun to drive, but I think they need to be in the right place. The province is doing a pilot project. I just don't know why the City of Toronto has to put itself through the pilot project. Why not allow the province to figure out what it is that they want to do with these things, not put our citizens at risk? And you know, some people might take the libertarian view of, well, if you want to climb into one of these things and risk your safety, risk death, mortal death, think about beyond that, about the victims of accidents and crashes are far more than just those that are injured or killed in the subject vehicle. There are people that are exposed to the crash. They may be the drivers of the other vehicles. They may or may not be at fault. They may be pedestrians and witnesses. I just think this is a very serious issue that we really haven't talked about as a council. I think, you know, seeing one of these things as a utility vehicle in a park is one, you know, idea that you can imagine them, and that might be more around the condition that these things were designed for. But allowing citizens in a dense urban environment in the GTA, specifically in Toronto, to bring these into those traffic conditions and then be subject to a collision as shown in some of these tests that were 40 or 50 kilometers an hour, you know, could very well mean a very, very gruesome fatality. And I worry about that. I really, you know, no silly jokes and things that I could say here that I'm not going to say. The seriousness of what can happen in one of these situations, you know, hangs heavily with me. I hope you think about this. I hope you give serious consideration to my simple ask is let's just leave the pilot alone and let the province and the other cities figure this out where they've got far quieter, less congested, less speedy environments to do these sorts of things. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do not have a motion, but I do want to speak on this item. You know, when I was in elementary school, I remember that one of the classes that I took was the rules of the road, you know, how to ride a bike safely, you know, be it on the sidewalk or on the street or whatever. And I find that that's the missing middle when it comes to this micromobility issue, in that people don't actually know what is allowed and what is not allowed. Yes, it's against our bylaws here. We also know that there are thousands of micromobility devices in the city, and it increases every year. I'm telling you, downtown, we are inundated with it. People that are from, I've seen young people as 14 perhaps, to people in their 70s on these devices. They're not going to go away anytime soon. And simply saying that we will not participate because of liability issues, I think is not good enough. There are 3 million people in this city, and I'm going to guess maybe 200,000 people have these micromobility devices. That's a lot of people and a lot of devices. So putting our heads in the sand is not going to really change this overnight. And so I think we have to be prudent going forward. And so this is why I will not be supporting recommendation 1 in regards to not participating in the pilot project. I think we should do that. So when the time comes to vote, I will not be supporting that. Also, 2, I will not support item 12 in that it's asking that people who actually use this as a means of employment should be licensed couriers. We know that people that actually are participating in that type of work are people who are marginalized, people who are people of color, and they are, in my view, being targeted because of what they need to do to feed their families and to pay their rent and so forth. And saying that a third-party insurance should be involved or take on the cost, we know that eventually the cost will be at the hands or the feet of the individual drivers themselves. So I think they're being unfairly targeted, and for that reason, I will definitely not be supporting item number 12. And so that's my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion. I believe it's ready to be put on the screen. This motion is requesting that we get a report back to City Council in the fall of this year on the progress and status of this initiative. We know that there are longer timeframes on this, but as we have heard from the questions in this chamber and many of the communication that we have been receiving, any conversations that we've been having in our communities about the urgency of this issue and being able to be as iterative and responsive as we can be as a council about what is required to manage this issue in the City of Toronto. And like so many councillors, especially for me in the downtown core, I'm hearing from my business improvement associations, residents associations, people on the street about the concerns regarding the safety of these forms of transportation on our roads, and more importantly, on our sidewalks and the interaction between pedestrian cyclists and other vulnerable road users. And this report puts a heavy focus on public safety, both for riders and those who share public spaces, to ensure roads and sidewalks stay safe and accessible. And my motion, while simply looking for a report back and a status update of the education and enforcement work laid out in this plan, is a really important step in making sure that we stay on top of this and vigilant as a city and a city council. And the need for expanded transit options, particularly, and I know it has come up again and again, for gig workers is important. And we know that with the rising delivery needs in our city, that this is an important option that many people are required to access as part of their lives and their livelihoods. And we know that the behavior that we're seeing is also an outcome of the current gig economy's inherent unfairness, the tight deadlines, the lack of decent work, employment incentives, the penalties that are incurred by individual workers when deliveries aren't made in a particular time frame is a huge concern. And that's why I am very heartened to be supporting Councillor Morley's motion to make sure that we as a city are tracking to put the responsibility where it belongs and to make sure that the companies who create these systems are at the table in working to ensure that there are proactive and fair solutions, and not just individual users of these vehicles or individual workers are holding the bag for this, so to speak. It's the delivery companies that are responsible, as we know, in a part of this behavior, and this includes, our overall commitment as a city to make sure that in every aspect of what we're doing and every aspect of where we do have say in how our streets and our right-of-way are used, that we are supporting the efforts for more decent work in this city so that many more of us can imagine a good future here. This must be addressed, of course, when it comes to safer roads and accessible sidewalks, but also when it comes to a fair living too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is somebody on virtual that they've got their mic on? We can hear them talking. Who is it? Who is it? Okay. All right. Councillor Sachs to speak.
Thank you. I have a motion. So, James. Thank you. So I have a motion. Now, recommendation 12 was to ask for province to get out of our way so that we can license couriers. I've done some work with my colleagues and staff to clarify that what we are looking to do is to license the courier companies and to hold them responsible for the conduct of those who do their work, particularly in relation to threats to public safety, and also that they should have to hold insurance and make good damages. We have, I certainly hear in my ward over and over again stories both about the gig workers who get injured and get no compensation, and about those they injure who get no compensation, which includes a man who was knocked down on the sidewalk and tells us that he's broken his hip and will never be able to live independently again. A family member of mine who was knocked down on the sidewalk, broke his elbow, will never recover. These injuries are life-altering, and there is right now no compensation. So I have been at this council chamber several times now, asking that the city should be doing something to address the problem. People have a right to be able to walk safely on the sidewalk, and we have not been effective in keeping those sidewalks safe. So the motion wording is to ask the province to allow us to license the courier companies and hold them responsible for the damages that they and their gig workers cause. Second thing is that I do want to say that I'm generally supportive of the recommendations. I think that the low-speed vehicles, the town cars, are a really valuable addition to the mobility options in the city. They're much less expensive, they're much less polluting, they are much less likely to kill somebody if they hit them. We know that speed kills and mass kills, and these are lighter and slower, and so they are much less likely and therefore more suitable for, more compatible with Vision Zero and the vision of the city that we have. And they also provide very inexpensive transportation for those who need a vehicle, can't bicycle, whatever the case may be. I do also want to say how disappointed I am with the implacable opposition that staff have had to the use of electric kick scooters in Toronto. We've heard from many, many people across the city how valuable these devices are as a way of getting around quickly and conveniently, even when the transit is broken down, and for dealing with Toronto's very difficult congestion. The evidence that we had at Infrastructure and Environment Committee a year ago was that there were already 40 to 50,000 of these devices on the streets of our city. And we're continue to say to each of those people, well, we're not regulating, we're not doing anything because we're pretending nobody's driving them. And we're not doing anything to stop it. And you heard the police aren't expecting to stop it either. So it's a situation where we know that there is a device that fits a major need, which is being widely used, which is highly popular, which we are not going to do anything about. We're not going to regulate it. We're not going to stop its use. We're not going to put any limits on it because we're pretending it's not happening. And I think that's extremely unwise and just putting our head in the sand. Now, the only way out we seem to have at the moment is that the York University, again, as confirmed at Infrastructure Environment Committee, is free to allow electric kick scooters to be used on their property because they have private roads. And I hope that they do, and that they demonstrate that these scooters can be used and under what circumstances they can be used, and then hopefully it'll come back to this council, and maybe by then the federal government will have done its job as well. And finally, I do want to point out that a lot of work is being done by our fire department on the question of lithium-ion batteries. We have seen a number of fires dealing with lithium-ion batteries, both on transit and in residential premises. And they can be a very serious health hazard. What we're told is that the licensed batteries, the certified batteries, if used properly, they're not a hazard. But the ones that have been altered, the ones that are not certified in Canada, they are serious hazards. And so I thank the fire department for working on it, and I asked them to bring us a report with their recommendations. We need to know if there's more that we ought to be doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I want to remind members, if you're going to speak and you're presenting a motion, do it now, because we're near the end. When we get to the end, Councillor Perruzza. No, but, yes, but, I know, but the staff don't have your motion, so we can't hold this up. Councillor Ainsley to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll remind him that I am also the last speaker.
I
on
know,
the
I
list.
tried to tell him that, but he just came in.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I don't have any motions. I won't be moving any motions on this item, but I do have a lot of frustrations and concerns, and I think I tried to get that through in the questions. You know, if you want and you know, generally I'm acceptable of most of the recommendations in this report. I think of what I'm echoing and have echoed from some of our colleagues that have spoken already. My biggest concern is around electric scooters. You know, they're widely available in the city of Toronto. You can go to Walmart, Lowe's, Home Hardware, just about any retail area store in the city of Toronto is selling them. They're selling them because there's a demand for them. They're coming down in price. There's, you know, they're filling in the kind of mushy middle need of people that, you know, as they come down in price, they're becoming available. They're very easy to use. You know, I think that ignoring them or just hoping that one day we'll figure this out. One day we'll have standards for them. I have a lot of trouble with, kids in my ward are using them. I accept, I'm a suburban councillor in Scarborough. My wards, has wide open streets. We have the first rapid TO bus lanes in this city. There's been issues in other cities around the world. I was in Lisbon where they're legal, the companies are using them. They're all over the sidewalks. I understand the disability concerns that organizations here in the city of Toronto, if we're littering the streets with them, but I think something really has to be done. And, for transportation staff, say that police are going to enforce it. The police they're like, sure, we'll enforce it. The officer that was here this morning saying he'll get back with data on how many people have been pulled over or stopped using electric scooters. I'm pretty sure that number is coming back as 0. I had a town hall in my ward a couple of weeks ago. There's 3 officers at it. They were kind of tongue-tied. They're not stopping electric scooters. I said for the officer that's here this morning to say, a kid on a scooter, the cruiser's going to pull up a block ahead of them and wait for the kid on the scooter to come up and they're going to be pulled over and be given a ticket. Well, that's not happening. They're not going to get a ticket. They might get a warning. My officers have been very clear. They have a lot of different priorities. Pulling over the odd electric scooter is not going to happen. So I think, we need to really get ahead of this, figure out what the solution is, move this forward, because we're not going to stop electric scooters from being used in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Perruzza, the chair is the last speaker, so are you ready to speak? Because we can't hold the item down. Okay, do you want to put your name on the list to speak?
I'm always ready, so just add
No, but they're not ready with your motion. Okay, but Councillor Perruzza, you know what the rules are. You need to send the motion to staff before you come in. What's the wish of council here? I don't know. Who's speaking? Councillor Candeval to speak. Okay, we can't keep delaying because you're trying to put in some time. Councillor Candeval.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an opportunity for me to kind of build on Councillor Ainsley's remarks on the context in suburbia. There have been challenges from different neighborhoods about the rapid TO bus lanes, and I think one of our obligations is to create and show the value of them through allowing mobility devices to help populate those lanes, because right now they're for bus usage and bicycles. So by expanding and advancing different mobility devices such as e-scooters, e-bikes, that it creates the culture and the conversation of allowing these type of devices, because in the scenario where there isn't high order transit, many young people prefer these mobility devices. So it's a very contextual discussion based on the built form of our neighborhoods, how they work in a very dense urban geography in downtown is very different, to Councillor Ainsley's points about the wide open streets in suburban Toronto. So I recognize where we are right now and the challenges, but I do welcome staff's commitment in the coming periods of time and to expand in conjunction with federal regulation, et cetera, that we create a pathway to legalization, because I think ultimately we're now creating different avenues to remove dependence on the automobile in suburbia where the built form was predicated on the automobile. So I think we've got to be very cognizant of creating more avenues to get around. And ultimately, I'll close with the need to create the conditions that allow removal of sidewalk usage, because that is a fact. And I do think by allowing through legalization in our bike pathways and bike lanes, we're actually creating greater demand, which allows us to have a more connected cycling or mobility network pathway. So I think there is an avenue here through legalization. We create greater demand for bike pathways, dedicated bike lanes throughout the city, and demonstrate to folks who are on the fence or who are oppositional that, hey, there's usage. People are utilizing these lanes, because that's one of the biggest arguments I hear from in my community in opposition to bike lanes, is that they're not seeing the usage. So by creating different modes of transportation, we're increasing usage, increasing demand for greater protected lanes of mobility. So I'll close with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I got it.
Councillor Perruzza to speak.
Thank you. I have a motion, and it's really a simple motion. It's self-explanatory, and just really has to do with our parks, trail systems, our river trail systems. And, you know, people are unclear on what's allowed down there, right? And so you go down into the trail system, and people are on these, you know, those like what do they call SUVs, 4x4s, you know, four-wheelers. Right, you know, yeah, they got motorcycles on there with gas-powered motorcycles. They got and all kinds of other devices and so on. And we just want to make it a little clear. And then you have people walking the dog. They walk on one side of the trail, and the leash extends to the other because the dog is on the other side of the trail, right? So all of that stuff, we need to find a way to sort of happily coexist in that system as well. Madam Speaker, on this one here, I don't think that we can simply bury our heads in the sand and somehow the problem is going to go away, right? You know, when you look at us historically, we went from the horse and buggy, to cars and to other stuff, right? And I remember as a kid getting together with my friends, and we built go-karts. Go-karts were a big deal back then, right? You know, those little, we got some people to weld some stuff together. We put a lawnmower engine on the back of it, and it was like the cutest thing on the sidewalk, and sometimes out on the street and stuff like that. And folks look at that, young and old, they looked at it and they said, oh, look at these creative kids, right? They're getting around and they're having a great deal of fun, and nobody got spooked, right? But I get it. You know, we have a limited amount of road space. From a city planning, so there's these natural conflicts that happen within the life cycle of city building, right? On one hand, you got planners who want growth and development ever closer to the curb. You want dip standards on roads ever narrower and narrower. And you want higher and higher densities, more and more congestion. But where do you think people are going to go? How do you think people are going to move around? Right? We haven't grown webs on our hands. We're not like Spider-Man where we can like swing our way around, right? We can't just rise above the traffic or the congestion and loop around buildings, right? Or, you know, climb up windows. We can't do that. So what do you got? You got the sidewalk, you got the roads, and then you got technology that is allowing all of these other ways of getting around. You know, pretty soon we'll have, you know, little hoverboards, right, without wheels. You know, and people will be, you know, scooting around on those. So we need to find a way to ensure that everyone can sort of happily coexist in that, and that people can continue to move around. And we will figure it out, by the way. This is not, we're not at a crossroads here where it's all doom and gloom. Absolutely not. Because I look at Councillor Crisanti, and he's just got nothing but a positive attitude about this and about life and about this council and about this city. And he knows that we are going to figure it out and we're going to make it work. But the other thing that he does know is that you just can't turn your back on it, and you can't just pretend that it doesn't, that the problem doesn't exist, and that these things are going to go away. Because people are going to look for ways to move around quicker in an ever congested, ever growing city where road space is ever shrinking. It's getting smaller. It's not getting bigger. So, and to just simply say you're going to, sort of X your way out of this, not allow, you'll go to jail kind of thing, that's, that's silly and it ain't going to work, right? You heard earlier about enforcement, about fines. It's almost like laughable. We don't have that kind of regime.
5 seconds.
And for a level of government that has no control on what people can build and put out in the market.
Thank you, Councillor Perruzza. Thank you. Okay, we're at the last speaker. Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion. That City Council requests Toronto Police Services Board to work with Transportation Services to prepare a briefing note for the dissemination to the Toronto Police Superintendents outlining the micromobility devices that are allowed, not allowed in the City of Toronto, and also include where the devices can be used, when they can be used, and the status of any pilots. When I was at a recent police community liaison meeting, I was surprised by how interested the community was, in particular in the electric mini cars, but they were asking for that information. So this just allows that we get that disseminated down through into the police and then also into the community as well. I want to start by thanking staff. Janet Lowe has put in many hours on micromobility for many years, and there are very thoughtful recommendations that are before us today. So there is a recommendation to opt out of the scooter pilot, just like we did previously. This has come before us before. And we told the province then, just like we're telling the province now, what our concerns are. We have concerns with the way liability is set up. We have concerns with insurance. We have concerns with accessibility that we have heard overwhelmingly from our accessibility community. And we have concerns with safety, because you can't require, in all cases, helmets, and it's certainly difficult to enforce. We have seen problems in other cities that have implemented the e-scooters. Chicago, for example, rolled it out across their waterfront. They're walking it back. We are seeing problems in other cities as well. So this is a pilot. Let's continue to learn from those other cities, and the province can make a recommendation on whether they want to legalize this and allow it Ontario-wide or not. So that's the recommendation before us today. Also before us is a recommendation to opt into the mini electric vehicle pilots, and I was surprised by how much interest there was in my community around this, and I think in the suburbs in particular, where you have to walk a very long distance out to higher order transit, there was a lot of benefits to a program like this. We had a microtransit pilot in our community. It's unfortunate that the operator went bankrupt and it pulled out. We never got to try it. This is something new that we can try that can allow people to get out to the GO train more efficiently, or to wherever that higher order transit is. So those are the recommendations that are before us today, and thank you again to the members of the accessibility community that came forward to have their voices heard, and again to our city staff that have done great work on this file.
Thank you. Okay, so if we can ring the bells and put the motions on the screen. Councillor Moyes?
I'd like to vote separately on vote item number, recommendations 1 and 12.
Yeah, I think that you said that earlier.
I did.
Yes. Okay. Councillor Holiday?
On a similar point of order, I'd like should my motion not pass to delete, I'd like the opportunity to vote separately on items 2 to 5, because those are the ones that pertain to the low-speed vehicles.
2 to 5?
Correct, thank you.
Okay. So we got that. Okay. Okay. Motion number 2 on the screen by Councillor Holiday. On favor? Recorded? Okay, recorded. I just wanted to know if people were listening. That's the only way I can get attention in here, eh? I've always been smart. Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Bradford, please. Madam Speaker, motion 2 does not carry. The vote is 4 to 18.
Okay, next motion. Okay, next motion is by Deputy Mayor Malik. It's on the screen. Do we need a recorded vote? No? On favor? Show of hands, carried. Okay, next motion. By Councillor Sachs. On favor? Carried. Next motion. By Councillor Morley. On favor? Carried. Next motion. By Councillor Perruzza, or recorded vote? Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Candeval, please. Councillor Candeval, your vote, please. Yes. In the affirmative, thank you. Madam Speaker, motion 5 carries. The vote is 13 to 9.
Okay, Okay, what's next? Councillor McKelvey's motion. On favor? Carried. So now we're going to go through the different items that were asked to be voted on separately. Okay. Okay, on item one. Yeah, recorded votes, sorry, yes. There was a request, Councillor Coe. There was a request that we vote on some items separately. That's why we have a recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please. Madam Speaker, recommendation 1 carries. The vote is 19-3.
Next item. Okay, so the next one will be 2, 3, 4, 5 on the request by Councillor Holiday. Okay, so we're going to vote for 2, 3, 4, 5, the ones that are highlighted on the screen. Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Candeval, Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Cheng, please. Madam Speaker, recommendations 2, 3, 4, and 5 carry. The vote is 19-3.
Okay. Okay, recommendation 12 by Councillor Moyes. So we have to go to 12. Oh, it's not on my screen. Oh, okay. So now we're voting on just recommendation 12 that's highlighted as amended, recorded vote.
Councillor Myers, please. Madam Speaker, recommendation 12 as amended carries. The vote is 21-1.
Okay. Item is amended. Do we want a recorded vote? No? Who said yes? Recorded vote by Councillor Fletcher.
Councillor Perks, please. Madam Speaker, the balance of the item as amended carries. The vote is 22-0.
Thank you. Our next item is GG 12.14. Councillor Bravo, you held the item down, new non-competitive contracts. Do we have questions to staff? Anybody has any questions to staff? GG 12.14. New non-competitive contracts to maintain shelter services. You have a question, Councillor Bravo? Okay, I'm looking for questions first. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, we'll go to speakers then. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Speaker, and through you, I just want to display the motion. It's a technical amendment requested by staff.
Want to speak on it?
No, it simply clarifies a technical issue, and it's at the request of the division, the shelter division staff, to clarify a piece that there's nothing in it that's noteworthy.
Okay. So we have the amendment by Councillor Bravo on the screen. On favor, show of hands. And the second amendment, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Is anybody paying attention what we just voted on? Yes. We voted to cut council. On favor, carried. All right. Okay, so I guess I'll hold my item down because I don't have anybody here. How about Councillor Cole? Do you want to deal, maybe we can deal with your item before lunch, i.e. 13.9 mural graffiti removal blitz? Do you have hold on. Do you have questions to staff?
Yes, I do.
Okay, if anybody has any questions to staff, please put your name on the list.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Cole, can you put your name up?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, Councillor Cole, questions.
Okay, just quick questions about graffiti removal. Okay, how do we deal with graffiti that's reported on private property or public property as a city?
Through the Speaker, on private property, the requests for removal come in and are routed to municipal licensing and standards for their attention. And then on the public side of things, they come to transportation, and we either deal with them through, we have a contracted service that deals with graffiti removal. If it's hate graffiti or something that needs to be done quite promptly, then our operations and maintenance team will take care of it. They will also do graffiti blitzes on things like the underpasses and bridges as part of a broader maintenance closure. So that's something that we do as well.
Now, I mean, some councillors may not experience graffiti as much as we do in the middle of the city. Why is it important to encourage people to report and remove graffiti. Why are we doing this?
Well, graffiti, generally speaking, can be challenging. It faces infrastructure, and we have a very robust street art program that was developed as a response to engage graffiti artists in having more space and ability to display their art. And so we still have that program. It's grown tremendously, and we work at having those murals. We have them in locations all over the city. So we've had that strategy as a way to give graffiti artists an opportunity to express their art and not tag as per se.
Isn't a significant amount of graffiti related to gangs marking their turf?
I'm sure that is part of what happens with graffiti. I don't have data or anything on that, Councillor Cole, but
is graffiti removal something that most major cities take on and do seriously across North America?
I do believe that cities across America have different approaches to managing graffiti, but certainly they are, I think we have probably the most aggressive arts-related program related to graffiti. I see that Carlton has joined from MLS, but certainly cities do have different strategies for managing graffiti, yes.
Isn't one of the reasons why it's important to deal with graffiti the reason of keeping a city clean, reminding citizens of how important it is to keep our main streets and downtown areas free of property that isn't taken care of, dilapidated and poor repair? Isn't that all connected
Yes.
to graffiti?
Yes, to the speaker it is, Councillor Cole, yes.
Okay, so, and then in terms of graffiti removal, what is the cost of it for the city? How much do we spend on just graffiti removal, not replacement?
Through the speaker, I do not know the answer to that question, Councillor Cole, but we deal with graffiti, as I mentioned, in a number of different ways, and so we have a contract that has the capacity to address graffiti, and then we also have part of the work that we could pull that apart. It would be part of the work of our contracts for doing the Gardner and the DVP, where we deal with the major graffiti that's underneath the bridges. So do you have a better answer there, Jonathan?
Isn't it true that one of the best ways of preventing graffiti is by encouraging private property owners or public property owners to engage a mural artist?
Through the speaker, that is our definite approach through our Street Art Toronto program. And we have a whole program that does that encourages artists, especially artists who work in that style, to work with us on all different scales. So everything from a traffic controller box to the side of a 20-story building.
And so by encouraging private property owners to engage a muralist, you can actually prevent graffiti and save cost in terms of graffiti removal.
Through the speaker, Councillor, yes, this is one of the main outcomes of the graffiti management strategy and the street art program, is to have better maintenance of our infrastructure, a better looking streetscape, but it also is an opportunity to engage with communities, to have representation of the community culture in art around the community as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Crescenti.
Thank you, Speaker. So to staff, I just wonder, what does a graffiti blitz entail? What does that look like?
Through the speaker, a graffiti, that's okay. It depends on what scale. So this particular approach is about murals, and to do 1,000 of our murals and make sure that we're managing additional graffiti on the murals. When we do a graffiti blitz, it's often as part of, we often get a lot of requests on bridges and overpasses, so we often do it as part of a maintenance closure, like for the Gardner or DVP, we're going to be doing one of those in the fall, and we would have a major component of that be graffiti removal. It can also be where we see, certainly in concert with our street furniture program, when we see a lot of graffiti on litter bins or on bus shelters.
Hold on, sorry to interrupt. There's too much talking in here.
Come on, let's get with this. Is serious.
Like, nobody's paying attention. We can't hear the answers. We can't hear the questions. Okay, Councillor Cole, that includes you. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Crisanti.
Certainly we've done graffiti blitzes in concert with Astral Media on the street furniture that we steward.
Does a graffiti blitz include a component of enforcement?
Barbara.
Yeah. For maybe Carlton. Yeah.
Sorry, thank you for the question. We are also involved in graffiti blitzes. We look at complaint volumes that we receive across the city, and we target those areas and issue notices to comply. It's important that enforcement of, unfortunately in graffiti, the victim of the graffiti is the person required to clean up the graffiti.
Correct.
So in Councillor Cole's comments, it's very important that it is removed and it's removed quickly. It's important for the maintenance of our communities that it is removed. However, I think mural programs are quite important because by cleaning something, you're providing a blank canvas which encourages graffiti, and we don't want to encourage graffiti. We want, we do not want to. We want to discourage graffiti.
Yeah, and I agree with that statement. Now, unfortunately, a lot of the burden is placed on the victim, which is the property owner. In many cases, this would be the local business who's already struggling, you know, from day to day, week to week, and month to month. They could remove the graffiti once, and then 2 weeks later, they have more graffiti, remove it again. So it's an ongoing cost to the business owner. How do we approach that? By giving fines to business and adding to their pressure, that isn't a solution. So how do you approach it at your end when it comes to enforcement?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. Actually, from the Transportation Services Street Art Toronto side, we do have a partnership program in which businesses can engage with us to have grants to help with murals on their property to prevent additional graffiti going forward. So that is one way we can financially support businesses who are repeated victims of graffiti on their property.
So you partner with them, you don't just write them a ticket and add more financial burden to their business?
There's a side of enforcement that takes place, certainly. Private property owners have a requirement to maintain their property, but we do have ways in which the city can support financially them to put murals on that to prevent additional graffiti. So it's a two-pronged approach.
I think it's important to note that with graffiti enforcement, it's about education, it's about notice to comply. It is not about tickets, and we have laid limited charges in this particular area.
Well, that's really good to know. Thank you so much, because I know I get a number of complaints up in my area. So as long as we work in partnership with businesses, particularly repeat offenders, and support them. So again, just to recap, you don't issue many tickets along those lines, Carlton?
That's correct.
And when you do issue them, under what circumstances do you issue them?
The circumstances I can't speak to specifically, but they would have to be egregious. It would have to be multiple offenses. We use an escalated enforcement model whereby we caution, notice, and work with them. So it would have, again, 2 tickets in 2 charges in the last 4 years gives you a sense of the volume that is very limited.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Speaker. I'm over my time, Speaker.
Oh, well, thank you. Councillor, hold on. Councillor Pasternak, questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure whether this was asked or not, but I've certainly noticed a trend when the street art program was introduced. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, former Mayor Rob Ford says, how do we stop this graffiti? And the solution from staff was if you do murals, graffiti artists would respect that and not put the graffiti on the murals. And for many years, that seemed to work because we have many murals in our area and across the city. But I've noticed recently, and I just want to know if staff have also noticed it, that graffiti is now going on the murals, whereas in past years, the murals had been respected and they would avoid them. Is this a new problem or a more intense problem that we're encountering?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. It is something we are noticing, and the installation of mural projects includes a protective coating so that graffiti that happens on the murals can be cleaned off without damaging the mural itself. So that is something that we have on sort of a proactive rotation by our graffiti removal company to be able to and keep the murals intact. Part of the engagement side of new murals is about ensuring that particular piece of art resonates with the community and artists in the area, which can be preventative to having artists, graffiti artists in the area not tag a mural. So hopefully continuing the approach of community engaged murals rather than just commissioned murals is a way to make sure that we can have murals that are good for the community as well.
So when it comes to older murals that have been up there for some years, do we go back and coat them so that removal of graffiti is easier, or it's a new approach going forward for new murals?
As murals are completed, they are coated, but the coating can only last for so long, so there are some renewals of murals that need to take place where new coating and repairs need to be made. So I know because the Street Art Toronto program, it's been going on for about a decade now, we're starting to have some mural locations reach the end of their life per se, where renewal or repairs are needed. So we've been working through that.
So we could technically request if there's murals in our wards in which they are constantly being tagged, we can request this coating through staff, and they can go and coat it, I guess. Resources conditional.
Absolutely. If there are locations that you feel are of concern, please raise them to us. We are trying to do that proactively to investigate longer standing mural locations, but please let us know, and if they need additional coating, we'll go out there and take a look at that.
All right, thanks very much. Now, I guess my next set of questions could be to municipal licensing. So if a member of the public suspects that graffiti is of a hateful nature, the process would be to, I guess they would call the city. Do police have to attend the site and take pictures of it before it's removed?
Through the speaker, when there is hate graffiti in the public right-of-way, we always work with the police because they typically do an investigation. And once their investigation has been concluded, then our staff comes in to remove the graffiti.
So I know police resources are stretched, but how quickly do we get police to a site? I assume they take photographs of it as evidence, and then the second step would be removal.
Yeah, with hate graffiti, it's very quick. As soon as we're alerted to it, we loop in the police, or if they've been alerted to it, they loop us in. We work very closely with them on that and try to get it removed as quickly as possible.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, did you have a question?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I suddenly do. So, Carlton? Sorry, one of the things I wanted to ask about for graffiti removal, seeing right-of-ways, for example, there's one that runs through my ward, and there's graffitiing on underpasses and their infrastructure and that. How do we motivate them to remove the graffiti? Or is this a Ms. Gray question? Or you could tag team.
Yeah, through the speaker, that's what we were doing right before you asked the question, trying to figure that out. So we have relationships with the railroads, and we can certainly work with them to try to encourage that. And often, I believe, and Vince Ferrazzi's team in operations and maintenance, when we do some major infrastructure cleanup, we will let them know that we are if we're out in the area and we're doing graffiti removal, we will let them know that we're going to be doing that on their assets, or we will encourage them to do it on their assets. And I know that if we encourage them to do it on their own assets, then we don't control the timeline of that as if we have our staff deployed.
Okay, sorry, Ms. Gray, what do we do about like our bridge infrastructures? For example, at Gilwood GO train station, there's an underpass under Kingston Road that's continually graffitied. And I send stuff into 311 and nothing ever seems to happen.
Through the speaker, so sending the sites into 311 is the right thing to do. If there are persistent issues, we will definitely alert the, Metrolinx in the case of the GO bridges, if we're going to be out there to remove the graffiti.
Because the right-of-way is it's theirs, but the bridge is ours.
Yeah, if we remove it on the bridges and it's their infrastructure, we will just alert them that we are out there to do that. And if it's persistent, we can flag it as a place that we can make sure that we're checking on routinely if it's a persistent problem. So
or maybe an opportunity for a mural.
Perhaps.
We could tell the provincial government as people go by in the GO train, the issues we have with the provincial government properly supporting the city of Toronto financially.
Potentially.
Excellent. Sorry, Carlton, just did I hear, so graffiti, 2 tickets in the last 4 years?
That's correct. I think it's really important to note that you would have to witness the person doing the work. So it is a challenging enforcement piece.
So it's kind of like e-scooters. You got to catch them to give them a ticket, literally doing it.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, if we can put the speakers list on. If anybody wants to speak, put your name up. Councillor Cole to speak.
Licensing, especially during this period, the last 7 months since October 7th, I'm sure Councillor Perruzza is very interested in this. There's been a dramatic increase in hate graffiti, very vile graffiti on public right-of-way. And luckily, transportation staff and Toronto Police have been very quick to respond to removing hate graffiti. And it's been very disturbing to people in Toronto to see this new level of graffiti, which we never really had before. So staff has really responded very quickly to this and gotten rid of it. I want to thank them for that. And I know a lot of councillors don't think this is that important, but believe me, if our main streets and our public right-of-ways are graffiti-filled, it is really a precursor of the deterioration of a neighborhood. That is what will happen. I've seen it happen for years, and that's why I've been very diligent trying to report graffiti wherever I see it. And I also think it's important to talk to property owners about the fact is that they should be very conscious of the fact that many of these graffiti taggings are gang related. And I know we had a problem in Little Jamaica with the Crips and Bloods who were causing these turf wars by graffitiing, marking their turf. And so there's a criminal element to this graffiti also that is very, very dangerous. The other thing is that the attempt to try and remove graffiti is very challenging, and that's why staff generally talk to the owners of property and say, listen, would you try and remove the graffiti? And if it's graffiti prone, staff will tell the property owner, why don't you engage an artist to put up a mural There's a Toronto mural program, but local BIAs will also subsidize putting up a mural where there's a propensity for graffiti. Because although it's not foolproof, but generally speaking, taggers do not tag murals. They don't do that as a rule, but there always are exceptions. So it's a great investment in staff time, resources, in trying to encourage the creation of mural art wherever we can. You also provide employment for many of our young artists, young and old artists in the city of Toronto. You beautify the city, especially in business improvement areas. It really brings color and history. There's a great mural I just saw the other day at Wilson and Avenue Road at one of the local grocery stores. It's a beautiful work of art along the mural. If you come down Avenue Road, it's an incredible investment in art that property owner put into his premise. So the problem that we have is that it is almost impossible to prevent graffiti, to catch them in the act. That's because they do it at night. They're in the most obscure places. They climb walls. You'll see it everywhere. So that's why the best way of controlling and preventing graffiti is by encouraging property owners and encouraging the city departments to promote murals. And you can do it at low cost. Again, you're employing artists. And again, as staff mentioned, it has to be a mural that coincides with the aspirations of a community. That's when the community respects the mural. That's when they feel basically engaged in the mural project. And that is being done all over the city, but I don't think it's enough. Like in Willowdale, there aren't enough murals. I've hardly ever seen a mural in all of Willowdale, for instance. So it's about time we started to promote art, promote murals, and we can do it in partnership with the property owners. We don't have to pay for it. And we also have to ensure that we have enough resources in our transportation department, et cetera, to
5 seconds.
Encourage and expand the mural program. So I ask you for your support, and the aspirational attention of 1,000 murals need to be incorporated in Toronto and starting in Willowdale, where we need murals badly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. I thank Deputy Mayor Cole for this motion. It is very helpful. Certainly the street art program has enormous benefits, but it's very, very slow. So I've applied to that street art program, and I've been told that yes, I can get a mural in 2026, and then every 2 years after that. At that rate, we're never going to catch up with the absolute epidemic of graffiti, much of which is hateful, frequently covered with swastikas in my ward. And so absolutely, this is a good program. We need to also be working more closely with private property owners who are repeatedly victimized and then forced to pay large amounts of money to clean their building when then re-victimized. So yes, please, and faster. I noticed the report just says as soon as possible. I'm hoping that staff can let us know when we can expect this. This is a really valuable program, and we need something soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to commend Councillor Cole for bringing this forward, and it's a very important message that we're sending to those who want to post graffiti in the public domain or on private property. But I also think it's an important message that we're sending to the arts community. And one thing we have been working very hard in York Centre is where every opportunity to do a mural occurs, we do everything we can to have it funded and have it done. We had 80 bell boxes in York Centre, and we put murals on every single one. We put them on the bridges at Bathurst and Wilson. We've also put them at the Wilson subway station, and of course in the various locations in Downsview. And when I arrived at City Hall those many years ago, I didn't really realize the impact of public art, the important role that can play in revitalizing a neighborhood or making a sharp statement in your local streets. And it plays a crucial role, and this actually puts new energy into it. Ideally, we have the funding for it. Even something like the hoarding program, where you get developers, while their sites are covered in fencing, to agree to do murals around their hoarding. And there's all kinds of funding envelopes, not only out of the regular operating budgets, but of course, if you have any Section 37 left, that's certainly a source as well. But it's very important to get on top of the graffiti, because I'm a strong believer in the broken windows theory. If you leave the graffiti there for a long period of time, and I'm not sure how do you define long, but if you leave it there and don't take it off immediately, it then becomes a magnet for other graffiti, and all of a sudden you've got a small problem that's growing. Finally, I would say that some of the graffiti that's going up these days, the hateful graffiti, of a very sad turn in our city, that people would spray paint hateful messaging against various identifiable groups across our city. But I commend police services for their quick response in getting to a site, taking the evidence they need, and of course the fine work of staff in removing it. So all in all, just another word of thanks to Councillor Cole. We must support our arts industry as a vital part of the livability of our city and the vitality of our city, and of course our arts community. At the same time, we have to make sure that when people are out there, they see that our city is safe, that it's not covered in graffiti, that it's not sending the wrong signal to residents or tourists alike. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you to Councillor Cole for moving that motion. Okay. So I guess no one's really paying attention. Okay. And I'm glad that Councillor Ainsley asked those questions. My issue is where the underpass is on some of these bridges, where you have CN and CP and Metrolinx, where there's graffiti along the wall. And when we try to ask for it to be removed, nobody is taking responsibility for it, because they said, it's not me, it's the city, it's this, it's that. And so we have a great issue in my ward, and I know, Ashley, you were there a few days ago on John Street, where you have all that graffiti in the underpass and in the pedestrian bridge. And it's been years, we haven't been able to get it removed. So I guess, the staff indicated that they have this partnership, but we have to reinforce this partnership, and somebody has to take responsibility. And if we have to move some of this graffiti that's on CN or CP or Metrolinx property, then we should remove it. The city had remove it and then charge them for it, because we can't wait for someone to take the responsibility for it. And that's my big issue. And I agree with Councillor Cole. Yes, where there's opportunities to put murals in, it really makes a big difference, and I know we're trying to do that in my ward as well. Most of the time, where there isn't graffiti if there's a mural on the wall. And what we try to do in my ward is try to work with the business owner and have them pay to put the mural up. Or if it's a BIA, then the BIA would apply for the grant. But it really does make a difference when you do have murals around, on the main street and in areas where you have a lot of graffiti. And so I do support that. So I just wanted to say that whatever arrangement that we have with the federal government or the provincial government on removing this graffiti, we need to reinforce that because, in my opinion, it's not happening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I will let you get back up here and run, I gather, a vote. Okay. I just saw that.
Mary Fracadakis.
What about it?
Oh, Councillor Cheng to speak.
Actually, I have a motion.
Okay,
and
just
it
one sec.
Yeah,
Just one sec.
it might
Okay.
take a moment. It might take a moment.
It's not ready? You just sent it?
Yes, I just sent it.
Okay, let's wait a couple minutes.
What are you doing with her?
Huh?
What are you doing with her?
I'm not doing it. Do we have the motion ready? Okay. You do know that we have to have the motion ready before you speak? You know, it's hard to move the agenda along when well, we don't want to hold it down just for this. We were hoping to get this voted on before lunch. Do you have it? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a friendly amendment that is enthusiastically supported by Deputy Mayor Cole, who is a champion for North York as our Deputy Mayor. And this is to request that Mayor Chow kick off the 1,000 mural graffiti blitz at Mel Lastman Square once it begins by participating in painting the first mural of the blitz. I think that we know that there's some challenges with Mel Lastman Square, and having a beautiful mural there that prevents graffiti will be a beautiful addition. And we know that our mayor is a talented artist, so I'm sure her participation will be a very welcome kickoff to this blitz. So thank you, Deputy Mayor Cole, for this suggestion, and I hope that my colleagues can support this. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on. Okay, let's put the motions on the screen. Let's put the motions on the screen. Everyone, we're voting.
Can I move a motion requesting
Okay, Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Candaval, can you please take your seats? We're voting. We're voting. Councillor Perruzza. Okay, motion by Councillor Cheng on favor. Show of hands carried. Next motion. Huh? Oh. On the item as amended, on favor. Recorded vote on the item. Yes.
Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Myers, please.
Councillor Bradford, please take your seat. We're voting. I know, but you still have to sit in your seat.
Madam Speaker, the item as amended carries unanimously. The vote is 22 in favor.
Members, the city clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available for members' review in the clerk's meeting portal. CC 18.6, 673 Warden Avenue, zoning bylaw amendment application, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing. The city solicitor has submitted a supplementary report with the recommendations. So, recess to 2 o'clock. Have everyone please take their seats so we can start. Okay, members of council, before we start, are there any quick items? Well, put your name, Council. Okay, can I have everyone please take their seats? Okay, Councillor Cheng, make your announcement so we can start.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. May is Asian Heritage Month in Canada, a time to celebrate and honor the rich and diverse contributions of Asians to our nation's fabric. It's also the only Heritage Month that celebrates an entire continent. From cultural traditions to groundbreaking achievements in various fields, Asians have played a role in shaping Canada. And in Toronto, we are so lucky to have diverse Asian cuisines, including Indian, Sri Lankan, Japanese, Korean, and Chinese, to name a few. Did you know that Asians make up 34.8% of Toronto and 60% of the world? I'm also excited to share that there will be an Asian Heritage Month celebration this Saturday at Melasman Square, and Pride Toronto is also bringing an Asian Heritage Month celebration to Melasman Square on Sunday. So let's celebrate this opportunity to recognize the impact of Asians in creating a diverse and vibrant Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Chow. Mayor Chow.
On that note, today is Newcomers Day, and there are thousands of newcomers on the Nathan Phillips Square celebrating Newcomers Day. In fact, it's the 10th anniversary of Newcomers Day. 10,000 newcomers come to Nathan Phillips Square to learn, to celebrate, and to connect with services. I just want to give a shout out to the 167 city staff that are volunteering their time. And they're wearing this T-shirt saying volunteer, and they are smiling, helping out, and they're in the square really supporting newcomers. Let me tell you, Madam Speaker, this is Toronto at its best. I just want to thank all the volunteers that are out there that actually works for the City of Toronto, and also recognize today being the 10th anniversary of Newcomers Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so I see there's no quick releases. We'll go through the members' motions. Mayor Chow.
Point of order. I see that there are quite a few new motions. I just want to express a concern that sometimes when things are introduced at the last minute, it's difficult for staff to look at it. It's difficult for other council members to absorb it, and sometimes we end up making mistakes. So I am very, very reluctant to provide 2/3 votes to waive referral unless the motion has real urgency to it. Because what usually happens is that a lot of these motions sometimes are staff reports and et cetera. We end up having the staff taking a lot of time writing reports. And it doesn't give all of us enough time to carefully study the matters at hand. So I just want to point that out as an observation.
Thank you. Okay, MM 18.1. Sure. Okay. MM 18.1. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. A revised motion was posted on May 22nd, 2024. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 18.2. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Okay, we're in the middle of a vote. Councillor Bradford, please. MM 18.3. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. The Housing Rights Advisory Committee has submitted a transmittal on this item, MM 18.3A, with recommendation. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 18.4. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 18.5. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. Who said that? Councillor Bradford? Okay. 18.6. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. A revised motion was posted on May 21st. All in favor of waiving referral? On favor? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. 18.7. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Pardon? Pardon? You're holding? Okay. So Councillor Moyes is holding. MM 18.8. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. The next one is 18.9. MM 18.9, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote? Okay, but first we have to waive referral? Oh, you want to speak before? Okay, go ahead, Mayor Chow. Go ahead.
I urge you, I'm not sure there is urgency on this one. If there isn't, I would recommend it, anything to do with capital budget and operating budget, I think it should actually go to the Executive Committee and get the CFO for a comment on something of this nature. So I would urge you to not waive referral unless Councillor Moyes said that there would be. But in that case, I think there still need to be some kind of conversation about the funding. Okay?
Okay, so we'll ask for recorded vote.
No.
Councillor.
There is a motion to withdraw the item, isn't there? 18.9.
Are you withdrawing that motion?
I am, right? Do you have? Yeah, that's
Oh,
correct.
okay. So on MM 18.9, Councillor Moyes is asking to withdraw the motion. On favor? Carried. Okay, thank you. MM 18.10, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Oh, you want to hold that? Okay, just a sec. Councillor Fletcher would like to hold 10. MM 18.11. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Councillor Cole, can you please take your seat? MM 18.12. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 18.13. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. A revised motion was posted on May 22nd. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 18.14. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 18.15. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. A revised motion was posted on May 21st. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 18.16. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. A revised motion was posted on May 22nd. Communications have been submitted on this item. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. Okay. Councillor Matlow wants to hold.
Madam Speaker, point of privilege. I called hold on that item. It's my item. I would like to hold it. That's tradition.
Well, I'm sorry, but Councillor Matlow got up and held the item down.
I think if you play the tape back, you'll actually hear that I called out hold first. Well, Madam Speaker, respectfully, if that's your decision, I'll challenge the chair on that.
Well, I seen Councillor Matlow get up, Councillor Bradford.
Well, I called it first, though. Do I have to stand up?
But I don't know what the difference is who holds it down. It's being held down.
I'd like to hold it. It's my item. Yeah.
Well,
it is. It's my member's motion.
no, I know it's your member's motion, but always councillors hold down other members' motions. Put it down. MM 18.17. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Mayor Chow?
Chair?
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe the mover of the motions for this one and the next one, whether she would mind having it sent to executive so we could take a closer look at it?
Okay, thank you.
Goes to planning and housing.
Pardon? Okay.
So I consulted with the Michael Haynes about this, and it's simply folding the item into the report that's already coming. So there's a report about parking that's coming, and this simply adds the consideration of the parking needs of the outside downtown core areas.
Okay, so we have to, let's have a recorded vote on waiving referral. Recorded vote. Recorded to waive referral.
Was that the vote that requires two-thirds?
Yes.
No, I can't.
Councillor Chang, we're in the middle of a vote. No, but Councillor Chang, we're in the middle of a vote.
Councillor Sachs, your vote, please. Madam Speaker, the motion to waive referral does not carry. The two-thirds requirement has not been met. The vote is 15-9.
Okay, on MM 18.18, Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote. Recorded vote.
Can I just speak to why this is in response to a report that came to ECDEV already?
I know. I've asked for recorded vote, Councillor Chang. You can't. Okay. Recorded vote. It's another one. Do you see it on your screen, Councillor Purvisa? Oh, okay, good. Councillor Chang, please, we're in the middle of a vote.
Madam Speaker, the motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 18-6.
On the item, on favor? Carried. Do we need a 10-minute break here? It sounds like the councillors are not ready. MM 18. Oh. Are we on the item? On favor? Carried. Next motion. MM 18.19. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral.
Can I have a recorded vote on that, Madam Chair?
Yes. Recorded vote.
Councillor Bradford, please. Madam Speaker, the motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 18-6.
Madam Speaker, can I hold that item? It's Councillor Carroll.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. We'd like to hold it? Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks. MM 18.20. Notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote. You know, some of these motions need to go through committee.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Madam Speaker, the motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 18-6.
On the item? Recorded.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Madam Speaker, the motion to adopt the item carries. The vote is 21-3.
MM 18.21. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 18.22. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Yes. Would you like to do that, Mayor? Okay, so if we could have Mayor Chow second this motion. Is that okay? Oh, it's okay. Okay. On the item, all in favor? Carry. Sure. On the item, recorded vote. Pardon? On which? You want to hold the item down? Oh, okay. Okay, cancel the vote. No, we didn't complete the vote yet. The mayor asked for a recorded vote, so we stopped it. MM 18.23. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 18.24. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Recorded vote to waive referral? Okay. Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Chang, Councillor Myers, Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor McKelvey. Councillor Sachs, please. Madam Speaker, the motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 20-4.
Hold. Thank you.
That was Councillor Holiday?
Councillor Bradford, Madam Speaker.
Okay. MM 18.25. Notice if this motion has not been given, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 18.26. Notice if this motion has not been given, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? I'm the only one that's voting. Okay. All in favor of waiving referral? Come on, Anthony, put your hand up. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 18.27. Notice if this motion has not been given, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to reopening of item 2023, i.e. 9.5. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force, and then, unless council decides otherwise, this motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? All in favor of reopening? On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 18.28. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 18.29. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 18.30. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. All in favor of the item? Carried. MM 18.31. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 18.32. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 18.33. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair, and this motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item? Carried. MM 18.34. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. Okay, that's it for the motions. We're now going to the mayor's second key item. Well, we did that earlier. PH 12.3, expanding housing options in neighborhoods, major street study, final report. And do we have questions to staff? If you can please put your name on the list. Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you. Firstly, thank you for your great work on this. I did ask you about two segments in my community specifically, so I was hoping we could walk through those. So Lawrence Avenue, east of East Avenue, it does change and narrow down, and there are city lands that are transferring for Rouge Park and several other things. Are you in agreement with just omitting that small section?
My comment on omitting that section is that it is very inconsequential. There are, I think, maybe 5 properties that are affected by this bylaw and potentially some grading issues with development in the Rouge Park.
Right, and those 5 properties are on a very steep slope that probably can't be developed. Okay, great. And then the other one was Meadowville Road. We've confirmed it's road. It does stop at Highway 2A and then it starts again. And the official plan envisaged a bridge that was going over there, but we now have the Highland Creek Transportation Master Plan that has not approved the bridge. So the official plan still has not been updated. So are you amenable to deferring that section until you report back in the next time so that there's time to update the official plan?
Yes, and then at that time, at the conclusion of our monitoring program, we will know the outcome of any official plan amendments in the transportation master plan in that area.
Okay. Thank you. And so just to be crystal clear, you have reviewed the 2 motions I have and you are comfortable with them?
I am comfortable with those 2 motions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morley, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. Frequently, it's stated that one of the goals of EHON is to allow for gentle intensification within our neighborhood areas. With the changes recommended through the report before us and the supplementary report to council, in the opinion of planning, is this still considered gentle intensification?
Through the Speaker, we did extensive modeling with our colleagues in urban design to understand the impact of this form of development. We did that through 12 opportunity areas or case studies across the city in a variety of different contexts. So based on all of that, yes, we came to the conclusion that this is gentle intensification. It is more intense than exists in many neighborhoods today, but it's a way to achieve intensification in a way that works well with the existing low-scale context.
Thank you. Just to pull that thread a little bit further, is planning proposing any change to any of the recommendations with respect to setbacks, building separation, landscaping, or overall height?
Through the Speaker, no, we are not. In fact, we are quite clear in the supplementary report that if council considers our advice to increase that unit cap to 60, that those other standards are very important to moderate the scale of these buildings if they come forward through the zoning that council would approve.
Okay. Question around the possibility of seeing more purpose-built rental applications. Do we anticipate that might increase with the recommended unit limit increase to 60?
Through the Speaker, there is some possibility of that. The financial analysis is still quite cautious about the financial feasibility of these buildings as rental. I think it suggests that some patient long-term investors might be interested in building these as rental properties, but it sounds like it would still be a challenging environment for rental development.
Okay, thank you. And so Apartment applications with more than 30 units trigger increased requirements with respect to amenity requirements, loading spaces, et cetera, which you sort of just alluded to. Can you summarize some of those extra requirements?
I think the two that are most significant are with respect to a type G loading space, which is a loading space that can accommodate a city garbage truck. And so planning staff, I think in consultation with solid waste, feel that that requirement is still very important to ensure that solid waste can be collected in a functional way. Sometimes it could be revisited through a committee of adjustment application or rezoning, but that should really be done on a case-by-case basis with solid waste given the opportunity to review. And with respect to amenity space, I think city planning staff feel very strongly that amenity spaces are important in apartment buildings to sustain the livability of those dwelling units, especially when we are considering the increase in the unit cap, which could then also result in smaller units than had been originally expected in the proposal.
That's helpful, Kyle. Thank you. And you beat me to it, but I just wanted to jump to that point, last point that you made with respect to the unit mix. I don't know how accurate we can be in terms of estimating this, but how many units and what type of mix does planning expect to see on a site where an applicant has assembled potentially more than one residential lot, so 2 or 3?
Through the speaker, my advice would be that ultimately our recommendation is around providing flexibility for builders so that they can bring forward a variety of unit mixes that suit the market and what's typically being built. So it's hard for me to say what the mix will be. What I can say is that based on the advice we have and the modeling, there will be a much broader range of possible unit mixes and sizes than what would be enabled by a 30 unit cap.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, you mentioned about maintaining the heights. Does that include angular planes?
Through the speaker, there are no angular plane requirements associated with the proposed bylaw standards. So the limit is on a height limit, generally one of 6 stories. But there were no angular planes imposed. There are other built form standards that would be applicable. Those include a rear yard setback, side yard setbacks that vary with the window conditions, front yard setbacks, as well as a limit on the lot coverage, which I describe as the footprint, the percentage of a lot the building can cover.
Sure. Okay. So theoretically, you could be in a 1-story bungalow in a neighborhood and have a 6-story building 3 feet in from the lot line. Is that correct?
You could have a property with a neighboring bungalow, and both of those buildings would need to be subject to the side yard setbacks requirements.
Okay. So then there's a maximum height, but would the developer, builder, whatever you want to call the people involved, would they be able to go to the committee of adjustment and argue for 20 more feet?
Any landowner has the right to apply to the Committee of Adjustment or to file a rezoning application for greater height and density than what is provided for in the zoning bylaw. So yes, a builder, a homeowner, a property owner, a developer would have the right to do that.
So that 6 stories isn't a guarantee. Would that be correct?
As with any property in the City of Toronto, the existing zoning is not a guarantee on the form of development.
I recognize that. I was respectfully just asking about this particular report. But okay, so thank you. So then my only other real question is in the summary. It says neighborhoods to add more housing that complement. This is in the second paragraph, right near the end. It says. Can allow neighborhoods to add more housing that complements existing neighborhood housing while creating a more intensive edge to the neighborhoods along the major streets. It follows up in the second last paragraph, the addition of townhouse and small-scale apartment buildings along the edges of neighborhoods throughout the city will provide more diversity of housing, etc. So from what I can tell, you're looking sort of at the edges of neighborhoods. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, major streets are often described as edges of neighborhoods in the official plan. That's not always the case, but very often they represent edges of the areas that people perceive as their neighborhood.
Yeah, so although that may be true, it's mentioned twice in about 8 paragraphs. So I think that is a bit of a focus. So in the ward I represent, Ward 16, I believe Sloan is considered for this, and I don't know if you're familiar with that, but Sloan actually it just runs between Vic Park and Eglinton, but it literally cuts the neighborhood in two, the neighborhood of Victoria Village. So that seems to largely contradict the report, or am I missing something?
I would say that fundamentally the report recognizes that major streets are an intensification opportunity as a result of their planned street width, as a result of the conditions, the physical conditions, the lot analysis that staff have completed. The Sloan may or may not be a case that it represents the edge of a neighborhood, but the intensification potential, the ability to take advantage of the bus service, the transit connections, the transportation capacity are all reasons why a gentle form of intensification would be consistent with the policy approach we're putting forward.
Okay, so I guess the edge isn't really relevant. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank the both of you for the hard work you've done in this file, and I know we've spoken recently as well, getting further briefings and updates on some things that I've been observing and concerned about. So can, maybe just to risk reiterating some of the things we've already discussed, how long has this report been in the making?
Through the Speaker, the report is part of the Expanding Housing Options in Neighborhoods work program, which came forward in 2020 originally. The study was addressed through the various consultations we had on that overall work program. We then brought a very detailed proposals report forward in September of last year to Planning and Housing Committee. We undertook a consultation program as laid out in that proposals report through the fall and the winter, and we've now come back with our final recommendations.
And that was going to be my next. The consultation program was just recently done last fall, or was there another one done earlier on? And how was the response in that?
There was some general consultation on the concept of permitting intensification on major streets that was done prior to that as part of the EHON program. But the in-depth consultation on a specific proposal really began in the fall, subsequent to our September report. Consisted of 17 consultation events, 4 in person, the remainder virtual, as well as a public survey and various other communications to promote the consultation and promote participation in that.
So from that, you would have a breakdown of how many people actually participated and or responded to the online version of the consultation citywide, correct?
There were close to 2,000 individuals who participated in the survey.
Okay.
I don't know that I have a number handy for you in terms of how many individuals came to the virtual consultation events.
Okay, but of the 2,000, do you recall, does that virtually cover the whole city, or did the vast majority of that feedback come from a specific part of the city?
I don't have any insight that all that feedback came from one particular part. My sense from the feedback is that it came from across the city. We had a variety of kinds of feedback, a variety of viewpoints on the desirability of the intensification on major streets.
So am I correct to say that approval of this report will provide as of right zoning changes for builders, developers to build specified types of development as detailed in your report, whether it's 6-story, sixplex, or townhomes of a certain height and footprint?
That's an accurate summary, Councillor.
All right. But I heard earlier that we know developers, they like pushing the limit. that if they want more height, or they want more footprint, or they feel they need it for whatever reason on that particular type of development, they will take it to the next step, go to committee of adjustment, and put an argument out there as to why they should do that, and potentially still get approved?
A landowner has the right to make those applications. They would have to demonstrate to the committee that their proposal meets the 4 tests for minor variance in the Planning Act.
Okay, so that doesn't change. So, so a bit more detail about the development itself. What is the requirement for soft landscaping in any one of these future developments?
The proposal requires or limits the size of a building to 50% of the overall lot. Then of that lot that's remaining, 30% is required to be soft landscaping.
Sorry, 50%, what was that?
So it's 30% of 50% must be soft landscaping. So 30% of the area outside the building,
okay,
the unbuilt area is required as soft landscaping.
So 50% landscaping, 30% of which must be soft landscaping.
That's correct.
Okay. Do we have any control through the application process to control the type of development that goes in any specific area of the city or any community in the city?
With as of right zoning, as is proposed here, that decision point is up to the proponent or the property owner on which zoning permissions they would like to take advantage of for their particular proposal. We can obviously have those conversations,
yes,
but really we would respond to the building proposal that they're bringing forward, possibly to a site plan application, rather than directing whether it be townhouses or an apartment building.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Mantis, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To Kyle and his team. Kyle, first of all, thank you for all the work that you've done with Brooke and your entire team on this initiative. If you can just speak a little bit about Huntingwood Drive. Seeing that the street is smaller, Madam Speaker, being Madam Speaker, can you hear me?
It's an echo.
Is it an echo? Is that better?
Do you have a headset?
No.
Well, Councillor Mantis, this is very difficult. Like, do you have a headset? Because we can hear what you're saying.
No, I don't, Madam Speaker.
I don't know. Do you have a headset on?
No.
Well, then I don't know what the problem is. Why don't we try a little bit later? Councillor Fletcher, you're up. Councillor Fletcher, okay.
I'm here.
Okay. Councillor Fletcher has questions.
I'm just looking at this is as of right, and of course, our mid-rise guidelines, where are you? There you are. We've had mid-rise guidelines for a number of years on main streets, correct?
On some main streets, that's correct.
Yeah, and that is, just describe what that is. It's the right-of-way, the height of the right-of-way, which...
So where mid-rise guidelines exist, they're usually for streets that are identified as avenues. Avenues are different from major streets as described in this proposal because they're mixed-use zones, whereas this proposal addresses residential zones. So where we've prepared mid-rise guidelines, we've anticipated heights that are proportional to the right-of-way of the street. We've anticipated fairly dense mixed-use development that has a strong commercial component at grade.
So there's no requirement for a commercial component in here?
In this residential proposal, no. There is permissions for small, locally oriented retail services, and those will be looked at further when the neighborhood retail and services study comes back.
Thank you.
but they're not, it's not a requirement.
So our little streets that have a right-of-way of about 6 or 7 meters, are you considering the 6 stories on those small streets?
A street of that right-of-way width would not be identified as a major street in the official plan and
So
would
what
not be
would that,
subject to this.
what would the right-of-way width be typically for a major street?
Through the Speaker, those
Sorry.
right-of-way widths as planned are quite
Can't hear the
varied.
answers.
They
No,
range
I can't-
from.
Sorry, Speaker, I can't hear Mr. Connect's answers.
Okay, can you please,
Councillor Perks?
go ahead.
Through the
Sorry.
Speaker, the right-of-way widths of the major streets that
Typical.
are subject to this proposal are quite varied across the city, ranging from 20 meters to 36 meters, and in a few cases, 45 meters.
Okay, so when we're looking at the mid-rise guidelines, they were on streets that generally was generally a 20-meter or 25, Danforth's about 25, Queen Street's 20. So our baseline is kind of Queen Street East size, which has 6 stories as of right, all built there, correct, as we're looking at that?
Through the Speaker, that's a good description of pre-war parts of the city. I would say outside, post-war parts of the city tend to have much wider planned rights of way
Well,
than
what I'm
you've
saying is we
described.
already have approved for smaller 20-meter right-of-way. We have a 6-story on those streets that's been in effect for quite a while, and we have a lot of building of that nature.
Through the Speaker, that's correct.
So really what you're telling me is the street width that you're talking about in this report is 20 meters plus, up to 40-some meters. So in other words, given what we've already approved years ago, and that works quite well at the right-of-way width, 6 meters is quite generous for, let's say, a 30-meter width right-of-way.
Through the Chair, a 6-story building relative to the size
Sorry,
of right-of-way
6 stories, yeah.
is substantially less than we would expect in a commercial mixed-use context.
So it's very gentle, as we're talking about. That's why we're calling it gentle, because you could have a 36-meter right-of-way and just a 6-story building. On Queen Street, you've got a 20-meter right-of-way, you've got a 6-story building. So it's much more gentle than potentially more gentle than what we've already approved. So I
That's
just
one
want
of the
to
reasons why it's
talk
gentle.
about one that you might know, which is it was Daniels at Logan 899 Queen, but the lot size was very large. So it was 6 stories with a whole number of blend of units, and I'm interested in how we're seeing the blend of units, because we don't want 6 stories on a tiny lot, which means that we can't have 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. Is that not our goal, to have singles up to family-size units and everything that we're building?
Through the Chair, there is not a regulation in the proposed zoning bylaw that would mandate a certain mix of units or unit sizes.
Why is that?
That's because there's generally not an as-of-right zoning approach that we take in the city that mandates specific mixes of units. Typically, when we do that, it's done on a site-specific, case-by-case basis.
So would that be something that would come next, to make sure that you wouldn't have 60 studio apartments on a small lot? That's not our goal, is to have investor apartments, 60 studios, sell them, stick students in them. That can't not be the goal of this zoning bylaw.
That was your last question.
What we've acknowledged in the supplementary report is the value to raising that unit cap in order to provide industry with some flexibility in how to come up with the right unit mix for any given project. If we find through our monitoring that is problematic, that it's achieving an undesirable mix of units across this development type, we would certainly report further on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah, thank you. I was just scrolling through this, and I was trying to understand, what's the difference between what you have before us today and an application coming in on its own in a similar neighborhood? For example, I'm thinking of Weston Road in my area, where you have a major street, single-family residential homes. They have a considerable depth. someone buys up a few of those, comes in with an application to build a low-rise, mid-rise building. What's the difference between how that person would be treated and somebody coming in with an application under this proposal?
Through the Speaker,
What's the difference?
the intent of this proposal is that for small-scale development proposals, up to 60 units and up to 6 stories, and meeting certain zoning standards, that we do not require a site-specific rezoning review of that proposal, that we are confident that it can proceed in a constructive, desirable way outside of a rezoning process. It will be subject to site plan control if it contains more than 10 units, but that good planning can happen through that as-of-right zoning regulation rather than through a site-specific rezoning review.
So the difference is essentially that this today takes some districts and some parts of the city and fundamentally rezones them now. We're going to enact a new zoning bylaw for these properties. Is that it?
I would nuance that a bit to say that the proposal will provide new zoning rights for corridors across the entire city that are in certain contexts and certain situations.
Okay. So let me say that again, right? Like, let's just say it in the English that I understand, right? What we're going to do is, once we've done this, I'm assuming that there's a companion package of bylaw that we're going to enact that effectively rezones these sites to these, at least to the density levels that you're proposing, given the sort of the, you know, as you say, the site configurations, the setback, the front yard, the side yard, you know, the maybe some heights and those kinds of things, and coverage. That was the key, coverage, right?
That's an accurate summary. There will be new zoning rights provided for a greater range of building types and a greater scale of built form than has existed on those properties.
And if someone comes in and says, you know what, I don't think you got it so right here, I want to do something different or a little more, then if it's minor in nature, that would be a committee of adjustment process. But if it's more significant than that, that would be a rezoning application. And then we would start at this level here and consider that application, you know, depending on where they're bringing it in with what numbers there, right? So we start here, let's use one of your numbers, 30 units, you know, certain coverage, and then 120 units, and then we would do that, right?
Through the chair,
like we do it now, essentially.
Through the Speaker, I think you've demonstrated a good understanding of that site-specific process.
Exactly. So this is fine and dandy, but what it really does is it forms a loose guide for folks, because I'm thinking of it in terms of trying to save people time to a building permit. And this doesn't quite do that, because it's still subject to site plan, obviously. Still subject to all the other technical requirements. And then it has to fit your box.
Through the chair, that's a good layman's explanation.
So why are we doing this then?
Through the Speaker, the impact of this bylaw is that there are significant types of building types that are not permitted now on these portions of neighborhoods that would be permitted as of right.
Right.
We would acknowledge these building types as having an appropriate place in our neighborhoods, and many of them could proceed without the time and expense of a rezoning application.
So what this fundamentally does is takes a zoning regime that we currently have in some areas and modifies it. Takes a kind of like a first step towards something different on those particular strips of land or those particular lots.
That's it. Your last question. Thank you, Councillor.
I would say that this proposal enables a change to those particular lots an evolution of the neighborhoods to incorporate, to use the term we've been using, gentle density in those neighborhoods.
You're up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What is the maximum number of units allowed in this proposal, in a proposal that fits the major streets study?
Through the Speaker, in the supplementary report, our recommendation is to set a unit cap of 60 units as of right in this proposal.
60.
60.
And what would be the parking requirement for a 60-unit building on a major street?
The parking requirement would be the same as what's in the base bylaw. And as you may be aware, our bylaw does not require a minimum amount of parking for buildings, although there is a visitor parking requirement that would be associated with those buildings.
And what is the visitor parking requirement?
Through the Speaker, we're going to get the specific answer for you.
Okay, great.
And I can answer another question if you like.
Thank you. While you're looking that up, is there opportunity to put retail in these buildings on major streets?
Through the Speaker, we're not envisioning that these are commercial strips or intense commercial uses, but there will be opportunity for retail that serves the local community, convenience stores, service shops, other things that communities generally want to have immediate and easy access to.
And if there is the major street study and then there's a secondary plan and they have two different calculations, which one trumps which one?
Typically, a secondary plan will have language that makes clear that it prevails over other official plan policies. And we would then also seek to bring zoning that's in conformity to that secondary plan.
Because on the map for Ward 18, a lot of the major streets is on really major streets like Finch, Bathurst, Bayview, areas where I think it would be welcome to have more vibrancy, to create a more walkable community where currently there are areas that don't have don't have walkable communities. So if we're adding the density with no amenities, so is there a pathway where on certain kinds of streets, such as Finch, Steeles, Bathurst, and Bayview, where we could encourage that to happen instead of just housing, where then the neighborhood will continue to be a very unwalkable neighborhood?
Through the chair, I think that, first of all, any street, as you've described, could be the subject of a local study to identify local priorities that are different than consistent citywide priorities. The other opportunity that I would highlight for you is that we are beginning a review of our avenues and identifying whether parts of major streets should become avenues and be subject to more intense development with a broader range of uses. And ask the question, should those parts of our major streets start to evolve into something else? That is coming forward, likely later this year or next year.
So are you saying that some of the currently designated major streets might be elevated to another designation that then increases what they can do?
Through the Speaker, that's one possible outcome of the avenues review that will be coming forward in the future.
So one of the challenges that I foresee, especially with regard to visitor parking, which is something that is now going to be discussed at Planning and Housing, is that in the areas outside the downtown core, when you don't have enough visitor parking, there isn't legal overnight parking, there isn't permitted parking in the area, and that could really pose a problem. I know there's already issues that we've encountered where people have a PSW and the PSW has no legal place to park to take care of their client, and with an increasingly aging population. So with regard to visitor parking, what could be amended? Is there an opportunity to amend something here that could address that type of situation, or does that have to come through the parking review that's coming later this fall?
My best advice to you is that would be dealt with most effectively through the citywide parking review.
And is there a maximum parking? So we are saying zero parking because it's we're saying that it's market driven. So developers could try to create the parking necessary for a 30 to 60-unit building in the outer burbs or inner burbs.
Through the chair, in fact, the financial feasibility analysis that we engaged from Parcel Economics assumed that parking would be provided. So they tested the development model to make sure that a builder would physically be able to accommodate the parking needs of the building. A builder may choose to provide more or less parking because the bylaw doesn't regulate that specifically, but we're very confident that builders will be able to incorporate parking as part of these development permissions.
Thank
and
you.
provide that.
Madam Speaker, can you hear me now? It's Councilor Mans.
Councillor Sachs, questions?
Yes, thank you. Yes, Mr. Nock, thank you for the work on this. First of all, you agree that large areas of Toronto have lost population over the last 50 years, including significant parts of my ward?
Through the Speaker, I'm aware that some wards have lost population. I'm not expert on those numbers, but yes, that's accurate.
Now, how does as-of-right zoning affect the cost and the speed of obtaining additional housing?
The as-of-right zoning simplifies the process through which someone would have to go through to build, in this case, townhouses or a low-rise apartment building up to 6 stories. And it's simpler because a rezoning process is not necessary, and a minor variance would probably not be necessary either unless there are specific standards. So all the time and expense that is spent on that site-specific zoning entitlement would come out of the process. The applicant instead could focus on obtaining a building permit, or in some cases, obtaining the site plan approval that they need in order to obtain that building.
So it should mean that the housing is less expensive and we can get it faster.
Ideally, that will be the case. As we have been very clear for all EHON projects, this is not an affordability initiative. We don't have the ability through zoning to regulate the affordability of the housing that's built.
But it reduces the cost that we, the city, impose on housing, right?
That is accurate.
Okay. Now, in the, sorry, it's very hard with everybody talking. In the official plan, the official plan specifies that the maximum number of stories will be 6, correct, for the apartment buildings?
That is correct.
And the Committee of Adjustment can't override the official plan, right?
One of the tests for minor variance is to ensure that a proposal meets the purpose and intent of the official plan. So,
right, so the Committee of
6 stories is quite clear direction.
Right, and so the Committee of Adjustment will not be able to take one of these 6-story permitted areas and allow 10 or 12 stories.
It would be, the committee would have to have very strong evidence of why that would somehow meet the purpose and intent of the official plan. I'm hesitant to say never, but generally that's correct.
Right. Is there anything more we can do with the official plan to keep the Committee of Adjustment from cutting away all these protections that you've designed into this proposal?
I think the official plan gives very clear policy guidance for the committee to consider, along with the other 4 tests, when there are any applications for minor variances.
Is there anything more we can put into the official plan so that Committee of Adjustment can't take away the protections you've designed here?
I would not recommend that, but council could direct a shrink wrap of these particular standards to be built into the official plan.
Right.
I think that would reduce the flexibility in problematic ways.
Fair enough. How do we do that?
If you wanted to do that, you would need to propose specific language or refer this back to staff for us to draft that language.
Okay. And if we don't do that today, we can do it on a later occasion.
We could consider that through a monitoring program.
All right.
Which we'll report back in some years.
Okay. Now, you also mentioned that you're not proposing angular planes for these apartment buildings. Again, would you agree with me that if angular plane requirements would increase the cost and reduce the number of units, as well as increasing the carbon footprint of these housing, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday?
Thank
Questions?
you. Mr. Connect? I noticed that the ward maps of the EHON major streets applicable areas include school sites. Why would those be included in what's being contemplated?
The zoning standards that we're bringing forward apply to residential zones, the various residential zones in the bylaw. School sites are very often zoned residential, and so they would also benefit from those development rights. They currently benefit from development rights in many cases other than the school that currently exists there.
So is it staff's intention then that a school site would then suddenly become as of right available for the installation of townhouses or small-scale apartment buildings, potentially even in a subdivision, or a combination thereof?
It's staff's intent that our zoning permissions apply consistently through residential zones.
Okay. Can you tell council what is meant by a through lot? Because that's a little bit of a phenomenon unique to certain parts of the city, particularly the suburbs.
A through lot is a term we use to describe a lot that fronts onto a local street,
right,
and has a rear property line on a major street. And so it has an unusual context of two different lot lines that could, in a different scenario, be the front of a development.
It does. It is a little unusual, but the recommendation before us is that through lots would also become eligible for these as of right permissions. Essentially, the owner of the lot could flip the way that the lot faces. Do I understand that correctly?
Through the speaker, that's correct, and that's one of the scenarios that we modeled through our case studies.
But you're also recommending that if a through lot is developed, that the emphasis will be placed on the inside, that is the inner face of the neighborhood. So that would take the brunt of the traffic and the movement and the change.
To be more precise, we've recommended that the vehicular access come from that interior street.
The traffic, right. So if there's 30 or 60 new cars to support the development on a small street, that represents a significant amount of new traffic. And in some cases, the configuration of the neighborhood is that you have to take several circuitous streets to get out of that quiet neighborhood street to a major artery. So there is a traffic implication on this policy.
Through the chair, as I said, the vehicular access would be from those streets, so they will need to access it through that local street network.
Why recommend that if there is an impact to the neighborhood? Why not leave them alone?
The reason for that recommendation is that based on the advice we have from our transportation colleagues, that's the most appropriate way to deal with the vehicle access.
Right.
Rather than...
Sorry, don't mean anything. But yes, the Colombo, yes. The transportation folks like this because there's less driveway cuts and interactions on the main street. Is that a fair summation of their rationale?
That is a strong part of the rationale.
Yeah, they're not interested in whether or not the people inside the neighborhood are happy. They're worried about the technical piece that I mentioned.
They're worried about traffic operations and pedestrian safety.
Okay. At the committee, I asked some questions to try to understand why. Why map 3 was chosen. What are the attributes of major streets that make them so attractive for the changes? And the more I look and the more evidence I gather online about this, I seem to see that staff repeat over and over again that major streets are all different. They've got different speed limits, different widths, different feels. So how does one figure out what the true intention is of this policy? And the reason I raise this at council, and the reason I think it's an important question, and I asked you to answer it, is the context is that this will get challenged over time, for sure. People will say, why this street, not that, or I want to do it on this street. And if we don't have any context around why it's chosen, how on earth do we defend it or control it and keep it from expanding all over the place? Could you help give guidance to council on what the pieces are that matter, not just the presence on a map?
The streets identified as being subject to these zoning rights have come out of long-standing official plan policy identifying them as major streets, which means that they are important traffic thoroughfares, they have transit access, they have good access to amenities and transportation, They have generous public realms and the ability to plan the public realms for intensification.
It's your last question. Councillor Myers, question.
Hi, thank you. Through you, Speaker. Just a question. Some of the feedback I've gotten is how Huntingwood Drive was included in the major street study.
So again, Huntingwood Drive is one of the major streets identified in the official plan. Our approach was to deal with major streets very consistently in order to provide development and intensification opportunities consistently. Huntingwood would have been identified as a major street at the time of the official plan due to its role in connecting and traveling through a long stretch of that community and being an important thoroughfare for traffic, and therefore also has a planned right-of-way width that's very generous and can accommodate a lot of different forms of transportation and pieces of the public realm.
Thank you. So if you drive down Huntingwood right now, all you will see are suburban bungalows, a few schools, and some parks. It does not seem to, for most people, meet the definition of what they would consider a major street, be that Markham, Lawrence, Steeles, Finch, those kinds of streets. So we understand that the Huntingwood might be a major street on the map, but in practice, it functions like any typical suburban street. So if you could just explain why these, because there are other streets like this, I'm assuming, why the decision was made to still include these types of streets.
My comment on that is that I think your observation is astute, that the general public has a very easy way to conceive of a major street when it has multiple lanes of traffic. And the reality is that we have also planned for streets in Toronto that only have 2 lanes of traffic and are nonetheless major streets. And the reason we've done that is because we envision them to have a stronger, more fundamental role in the structure of the city, in the flow of traffic through parts of the city, in the way that they are designed, and that all those things have more in common, notwithstanding those multiple lanes of traffic, more in common with those other major streets than with local streets that serve the finer scale portions of neighborhoods.
So if streets like Huntingwood are approved today and they start receiving development applications that are more intense than the existing built infrastructure, are there forums or ways for residents to be engaged with the process to make sure that the development is at least in keeping with the existing infrastructure as to what it can actually physically handle?
There are a few comments I can make with respect to infrastructure. With respect to servicing infrastructure, the bylaw has built into it a requirement that servicing capacity is verified before a building permit can issue. With respect to elements of the public realm, many of these development forms will be subject and guided by our low-rise and townhouse urban design guidelines. We will use our site plan control process to implement those guidelines. And so there is a mechanism there to make sure that this development is responding well to its immediate context. And of course, we have recommended a monitoring program with a report back 2 years from now or after 200 building permits. And that will provide an avenue to receive continued feedback and to make sure that these development rights are producing good development and contributing to positive, gentle intensification in our neighborhoods.
Thank you. And one final question. There are bike lanes in Huntingwood, and one of the comments I've received, or some of the concern, is that if Huntingwood was to intensify, that might precipitate the removal of the bike lanes. Can you confirm if that's sort of being considered at this point?
There is no plan to remove those bike lanes. I think it would be very unusual if staff came to the conclusion that that would be a good idea. Those bike lanes are there because Huntingwood plays a certain transportation function, and it's partly those bike lanes that are supporting the possibility of intensification on a street like Huntingwood.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, can I ask my question as well now? Councilor Mantis?
Councillor Mantis, I still can't hear you. You have a problem.
But if you can hear me speak, you can't hear me.
Yo, it's an echo. You must have a speaker. I don't know what you have on, but it's not working.
Come back to the council chambers.
So he's Councillor Candeville. I don't know what to do.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A few questions in a certain theme, as I shared at PHC, supportive broadly. This is an important avenue, no pun intended, to introduce supply in different sizes and scopes. But my residents and even myself have a few areas that require clarification on the rationale. The theme that unites some of these concerns is why a one-size-fits-all approach. And to start with, earlier to Councillor Holliday's questions about there's been consideration on selections of the major streets that there's access to amenities, green space, public realm, etc. There are, I could speak to the analysis on my ward, there are some streets where it's a 30-plus minute walk to a community center, to a decent park. In the final analysis, if that is found to be that there's some streets that don't fit that narrative, how were they included, and can we consider reassessment of those?
Through the chair, while I wouldn't advocate reassessing and taking away the zoning rights that we're granting, I'm going to remind you again of the monitoring program that we've suggested to monitor and review the development that's coming forward under these zoning permissions to ensure that it's coming forward in a way that's growing our city in a positive way. I will observe that 95% of major streets have transit service of some kind, and that the large majority of that transit service delivers 10-minute service or less. So even in cases where those services and amenities that you described might be a long walk, there is very often, as part of the character of these streets and part of their characteristics, easy access to forms of transportation that take them to those residents to those services quite easily.
And in the absence of 10-minute or less transit, and we're looking at wider wait times, will that then allow us a refocusing?
Through the Speaker, I would say that our monitoring program is going to allow us to look at a broad range of impacts of the development and observations on how well it's providing the intensification that we're looking for.
I think we just have to be mindful of that list of amenities and different functions, how it correlates to geography. The second aspect is staff considering or open for consideration that the application of this is tiered by access to higher order transit or higher levels of transit? Is that the consideration as we implement the zoning?
Through the Speaker, that's not fundamentally a consideration, and the reason for that is because of our planning around protected major transit station areas and major transit station areas. So areas that have higher order service, whether they be streetcars, subways, etc., those will ultimately be subject to policy regimes and zoning permissions for much denser and intense development than what we are putting forward here.
Gotcha. And in respect to the new suggestion of going up to 60 units, are we in a scenario now where we're incentivizing studios and one-bedrooms where the demand and obviously the cost of producing 2-3 bedrooms or higher, are we now taking away a good that we want to achieve in suburban family-oriented communities?
Through the Speaker, I think the answer is more complex than that. And I think there probably is a scenario where some builders will see value in producing a building with 60 small units. But the other thing that this does is it enables a much broader flexibility of unit ranges, such that if we looked at the proposed 30-unit cap, what we found is that would drive unusually large units, sizes that the market is not typically producing, and sizes that residents are not, in many cases, not able to afford to purchase. So the flexibility that is enabled with the 60-unit cap will add some benefit in terms of producing housing that is matching the needs of the population broadly and the way the market is responding to that.
And lastly, as part of this study, was there any analysis done on the impacts, potential impacts on homeowners that are adjacent or close to these new 6-story projects?
Through the speaker, we did extensive built form modeling to understand how the proposed townhouses and the proposed apartment buildings would sit within the context, especially as this will be iterative development that happens over time. And there will be situations where new development is sitting in close proximity next door to an existing detached house. That variation in built form is something that we think is supportable. It's part of the ongoing evolution of the city, and we think that the standards we brought forward are going to create a comfortable urban design condition.
Thank you. Okay, so that was it for the speakers. I mean, for the questions. So, yes, Councillor Perks?
Speaker, this is a planning and housing item. I understand that the mayor wants to speak first
Yes.
on this item, so I just wanted to notify council I'm going to exercise my prerogative to speak last.
Thank you. All right. Mayor Chow to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know Toronto has a serious housing crisis, and we know we have to build now. There's no one that denies that. And we all know the numbers. You've heard me say it many times. We have 90,000 people on the wait list. Prior to that, may I move the staff motion, please? Can you post that is the, thank you. This is the amendment to the main report. I'll move that. What this does is, do you want me to read it, Madam Clerk? Okay, people saw it. Okay. Thank you. We know we need to do a lot more, and the report in front of us is real. I thought I moved both. Okay. Motion 1, the city of it's really the staff report. Here it is. Okay, thank you. There are 2 reports. One is, two recommendations. The first one is building affordable housing. Yes, we are going to do 6-story, anywhere 30 to 60 units, or less or more, under 60 anyway. This motion in front of you is asking the staff to take the opportunity to make sure some of those units are affordable units. So when the financing program works, right now the interest rate is a bit high, so it might be very difficult for any developers to build housing that are 6-story rental, and now that I'm also moving the second part, which is the staff recommendation that you can build all the way up to 60 units, however, still following all the regulations, okay? So that's the staff report in front of you. But I also want to make sure that some of those units are affordable. Rather than asking for a staff report on how you might do it, what the motion in front of you is to say to the staff, any opportunity that you see when you're negotiating with the builders to find opportunity to have affordable units being built. Later on, perhaps there is a need for reporting back to the committee But if we don't need to, we won't, okay? I don't think there is anyone in here that would be against building affordable housing if the opportunity arises, okay? Because I'm convinced that within the 60 units that we are now permitting as of right, that there would be opportunity to build affordable housing. We want to, the report here is the gentle middle, or the, it's basically allowed as of right in Major Street for any builders, any owners to build build up to 6 stories. And the original staff report talks about 30 units, but I think we can expand it to close to 60. And the staff wrote back and said, yes, that's definitely something they can do. So I've moved the staff report. By building this way, we're saying yes to more neighbors, we're saying yes to newcomers' family, and we have promised to do whatever we can to support them, especially those that are arriving to Toronto. That's how we can build more than homes. We are building their dreams because we are building hope. If we don't do that, it's very difficult for people to be able to stay in Toronto. And I often imagine the face when they are able to secure a good rental unit or buy a good home that is within their price range, and that cold metal key in their hands unlock millions of possibilities. So I hope you join me in supporting the staff report that is in front of you.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion. I thank Kyle and city staff for working on this. It's 2 technical corrections. So the Lawrence Avenue east of East Avenue, when you look at the map 3, it has an arrow on it that says that that area is subject to Chapter 7, Section 342. And in that area, the lands are actually being transferred to Rouge Park, and it leaves a tiny sliver that's actually too steep to develop, and then the rest is all omitted. So because of the Chapter 7, 342 and all that. Anyway, so Kyle has helped me write that one. The other one is Meadowvale south of Highway 2A. The official plan hasn't been updated yet with the Highland Creek Master Plan, which says that that bridge will never be built. So it in fact, is not a major street, and that we'll just go through review again once the official plan is done. So thank you for making those technical corrections. I hope you support that. Thank you to all the city staff that worked hard on this. This is the last in a series of big moves that City Council has made. We approved a target of 285,000 homes. We approved multi-tenant homes. We approved multiplexes. And now we're approving the higher density on the major streets. So congratulations to everybody involved, and I look forward to welcoming more neighbors.
Thank you. Councillor Mantis.
Madam Speaker, is that better? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion as well to put up on the screen in regards to Huntingwood Drive. I'd like to thank Kyle, his entire team, Councillor Perks and Councillor Myers for their input on this motion. And it's to further the consultation for Huntingwood Drive going forward after this item has been approved. Huntingwood Drive is a smaller street. It's not as wide for the roadway, and we only have 2 plazas on a 6-kilometer stretch. So we also need to consider more retail and more mixed use on the street. And I would like to have the residents' input with Councillor Myers to see what we can do for the coherent vision going forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Pardon? Did he say he was finished? Oh.
Yes.
Okay, we do have questions. Councillor Myers, 3 minutes clarification.
Thank you. Through you, Speaker, and thank you for your leadership on this, Councillor Mantis. So just to be clear, nothing in your motion would in any way suggest that we're not approving adding Huntingwood as a major street under EHON, correct?
Correct. Huntingwood Drive would be added in the EHON project.
So the point of your motion is to approve Huntingwood as part of the major street study, but then to do further consultation with the local community because of the, let's say, suburban development patterns along Huntingwood that normal residents wouldn't classify it as a major street.
That's correct.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay. Councillor Fletcher, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you. Not that familiar with Huntingwood. How many meters wide is that, Councillor Mantis?
Through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor Fletcher, it only has a 2-lane street.
No, the right-of-way.
The right away, we're gonna have to ask Kyle. I don't know what the actual, the width of Huntingwood is.
So you know the difference between the 2 lanes and the right-of-way, correct?
Yes, I do.
So you don't have an idea of how that right-of-way, is it fairly wide on the, there might be 2 lanes, but the right-of-way is quite substantial. The city-owned portion, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So just being clear that you accept that, there's a large right-of-way. We heard from Mr. Connect that there's 30 to 46 meters of right-of-way that we're looking at. Mm-hmm.
So the right-of-way is 27 meters on Huntingwood.
Yeah, pardon me? Sorry, missed it.
It's 27 meters on Huntingwood.
27-meter right-of-way on Huntingwood. Okay, thank you very much for that. I know.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion.
There it is on the screen.
Yeah, the City Council amend proposal official plan amendment 727 appended as attachment 1 to the attachment 1 to the report from the interim chief planner and executive director of city planning by excluding the following major street, which is Sloan Avenue, and further the City Council amend the draft zoning bylaw amendment appended as attachment 1 to the supplementary report from the interim chief planner and executive director of city planning by excluding the following major street, Sloan Avenue. Madam Speaker, it seems to me that the important criteria or themes of major streets is that the scale tends to support intensification. That is not the case, in my opinion, on Sloan Avenue, which are all single-family bungalows. There's a small elementary school, and there's 1 lane in each direction. Further, the thrust of the report speaks about intensification along the edge of neighborhoods, not exclusively, but it is mentioned twice at the beginning, first at the beginning and then at the end of the summary, which does seem to reinforce that theme. Unfortunately, Sloan Avenue actually cuts right through the heart of Victoria Village, and I think it would have a deleterious effect on the neighborhood by intensifying and effectively splitting it in 2. And I'm asking for support on it.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion that I would like to move. It has to deal with a street in my ward. It's called Gilwood Parkway. It's on official plan map number 3. Gilwood Parkway runs through the south end of my ward. It's about 200 meters long, runs parallel to Lake Ontario. I've had a number of different community meetings on EHON. I've heard back from a lot of residents in the Guildwood area about their concern about Guildwood Parkway being listed in the EHON for redevelopment. Guildwood Parkway, it's one lane in each direction. There's been a lot of concerns from local residents about what increased traffic and building intensification along Guildwood Parkway would do in terms of, in particular, drainage and the impact of development on the Scarborough Bluffs. On the south side of Guildwood Parkway, the Toronto Region Conservation Authority actually won't allow any building permits. It's some single-family residential on the south side, Guild Park and Gardens, which is a major park, Laurier High School. But the part that's single-family residential backs onto Lake Ontario. There's been a lot of erosion over the years, so that's a concern to many residents in the area. So the intent of this motion, it's looking at reviewing the criteria for Guildwood Parkway and reporting back. So I'm asking for support. Thank you.
Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you, Speaker. Is it on? Okay. Thank you, Speaker. So I too have a motion. I believe it's already with clerks. So my motion speaks to excluding a couple of streets in Etobicoke North specifically, of course. Kipling Avenue from Finch to Steeles, Steeles Avenue West from Kipling to Martin Grove, Martin Grove from Steeles to west to Colony Park, and then Martin Grove from Racine Road to the Humber River West. And there is a small section down at Martin Grove on the west side from Westway north to Dixon, because the east side councillor is Councillor Holliday's ward. So I'll move that for Councillor Holiday. So, Speaker, when I was asking questions earlier, there are a couple of things that came up. I asked about consultation, and I believe if I got the response correctly, there were about 2,000 responses on a city the size of Toronto, about 3.2 million people. We got 2,000 responses. I could tell you, up in Etobicoke North, I doubt that there's very many documented responses from Etobicoke North. Very little input from my area. However, I've heard from my constituents. My constituents made it very clear to me how they feel about this type of intensification. Back in May, when we had the initial discussions, I was one of the 7 councillors that did not support the item that was on the table then for fourplexes. At that time, I received hundreds of emails with mixed feelings, concerns, citing impacts to neighborhoods, service letter capacity pressures, and the fact that this will not guarantee affordable housing options. The other issue that came up when I was asked questions is, what type of control do we have with developers when it comes to developing a specific area? The response was clear, both when I spoke with staff one-on-one and when I asked questions on the floor of council. We have very little control. If it's already approved as of right, essentially a developer could do, there is a 6-story condo building or apartment building and squeeze in and shoehorn in as many townhomes as they can, whatever they choose. And in fact, they could even push the limits and go to committee of adjustments and do even more than just that. So in Etobicoke North, this policy proposal has the potential for drastically changing the character of our community. The biggest concern that I have with this policy as it stands is the risk to the character of these established communities. Our neighborhoods have been around and established for the last 60 to 70 years. And what this policy will do, in effect, is provide developers with the ability to change the core characteristics of these residential areas. We got to remember what we do today, we're not all going to be around 20, 30, 50 years from now. Communities in the city of Toronto is not going to look as it looks like right now. And, money talks, as they say. And for the right price, a developer could easily assemble properties, knock them down, and before you know it, you have an eyesore of a building that's being built in the middle of a quiet residential community that's known as a residential community, where you have semi-detached homes, detached homes, and that's all you have. This type of proposal does not consider the unwanted changes that will happen over the next 50-plus years. Council adopted the fourplex item last year. We have already disturbed the natural residential communities, as we still have no concrete answers on how parking, congestion will be managed, and how impacts to local services, amenities, and schools will be addressed. So one of the mayor's key items discusses the state of good repair and infrastructure gap. How can we guarantee to residents, families, and our communities that with hundreds of potential housing developments, we can ensure that, that this will come with adequate infrastructure and support for the density of population growth? So we need the infrastructure to go with any density that we, of course, approve today or in the future. So let me be clear, I'm very appreciative of city staff for their incredible hard work and in putting together this report. And by the way, I did not take every street out. There's still many areas in my area that I'm okay with, that makes sense. But I strongly feel that these areas that I've highlighted should not be part of this proposal.
Thank you.
I'm out of time.
Yes.
Thank you.
But we do have a question for you.
Sure.
Councillor Fletcher, question, 3 minutes.
Yes, I'm just interested. I've just looked up Kipling and Finch. What is the right-of-way width for Kipling Avenue, Councillor?
Yeah, you asked that question to Mantis. I don't know the exact right-of-way width of that area, but my reference is to a specific area of Kipling where this type of development will not be conducive to that particular.
No, I heard that.
Yeah.
I'm asking you a question because you've got Kipling, Finch West to Steeles Avenue West, and that's a bit of a stretch between Finch and Steeles.
Right.
And the right-of-way size, it looks to me it's at least 30 or 35 meters. The city still owns property, and I've just got the picture up here.
Okay.
But you don't know the width of that right-of-way.
Not off the top of my head, no.
And
But
is it a
thank you. It looks
major,
like
a
you do,
major
Councillor.
arterial or a minor arterial? What's the road classification here for this?
Kipling Avenue?
Yes, Kipling between Finch and Steeles, yeah.
It's a major road.
Well, it's more than a major road. It's an arterial of some kind. It's either a minor arterial, a major arterial. You're not unclear which one it might be?
I know I'm unclear on how it's identified, major or minor, but it's a major road, Kipling Avenue.
I understand.
Yeah.
But
There's
major
my
arterial,
answer.
minor arterial. The same with Steeles, Kipling to Martin Grove. Do you happen to know what the right-of-way is there?
No, I don't, but I could tell you that Steeles Avenue does have a right-of-way that's likely wider than Kipling.
Oh, wider.
However, it's likely there's plans in the future to expand Steeles Avenue and add additional lanes. So I don't see that as being
Or add
viable either.
additional lanes instead of housing. Okay, we don't know that. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak. Oh, I didn't see your name there.
I was inspired.
Huh?
I was inspired.
Okay, but was his name there? Councillor Holliday. Hold on.
It's an important point. I wondered, Speaker, if Councillor Crisanti caught in the answers
Can you put his timer
when
on?
I asked about what is the criteria that defines the major streets that are attractive. And some of the answer back was about the availability of transit. I wondered if you could tell council what the experience is for a resident that needs to take public transit that lives at the corner of Kipling and Steeles to come into the city, to come into work. What's the journey like?
Oh, Councillor, thank you for that question, because Etobicoke North has always been starving for good transit. Is my speaker on?
Yep.
Okay. So the experience is horrible, to say the least. for anyone to travel from Etobicoke North to downtown, if they go by car like I do, you're looking at a 90-minute drive on a good day. If you're taking the TTC, it's likely even longer than that.
Right, so how frequent, I mean, I won't hold you to the exact minute, but does the bus come whizzing by every 5 minutes at Kipling and Steeles or Martin Grove and Steeles? Or is it like 30 minutes apart?
Councillor Holiday, how does that relate to his motion?
It has to do with the rationale and the effect of the motion
yes,
to remove the street.
but clarification of his motion, please.
And I'm allowing the councillor to clarify as to why this isn't appropriate to be added to the major streets map. Because it relies on transit is what I heard.
Thank you. And the Finch West LRT, by the way, is still a year away. We don't even know when it's opening at this point, but we do not have adequate transit up in Etobicoke North. So in any of these areas that I mentioned
well, there you have it. So the Finch West LRT, it's just the next block. What's the problem? How many kilometers is the block apart? It's just the next block.
From Steeles, it's more than a block, actually. It's about a kilometer south of Steeles.
What's the problem?
So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
All right, no problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, Councillor Moyes, you put your name up there now? Well, Councillor Moyes, clarification, please, clarification of the motion.
We're in a housing crisis, and the Premier stated that we need to build more homes now, and I see this is the Premier's writing, I believe. Isn't this in contravention of that?
Oh my goodness! You know, again, you have really good credit. No, absolutely. Why is it in contravention? Like I said, there are suitable areas in my ward that this new policy absolutely fits. In fact, I didn't touch those. I didn't suggest they should be deleted. Absolutely not in contravention. I think that, as we say in Italian, piano piano si va lontano. If you want to succeed, you got to go slow and make sure that you're doing it right and you're doing it in the right places. So the places I identified are fit to be removed and not to be included in this policy.
And the staff agree with your assessment of these streets?
They didn't tell me they disagreed.
Okay, fair enough.
All right.
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll?
Madam Speaker, I wonder if I could speak from the overhead projector. Do I have a live mic here? Thank you. Madam Speaker, thank you. I just want to do a little show and tell. I don't have any motions to move, despite representing a suburban ward. I haven't got a single motion. I just wanted to let people know what's going to guide my my thinking on consideration of this item. And these are photographs that I shared with my residents when the major street study first came to P&H, and I wrote an e-blast about it and got amazing feedback back from them. You're looking at a building on the screen right now that is on Underhill. It's on Underhill. It's in Councillor Burnside's ward, but the reason I show it is it's right down the street from where I grew up. It's about 6 houses down from my junior high school, down from Milne Valley, and it was built in Don Mills in 1954. It meets every tenet of the major streets guidelines that you have in this report, and it has sat there in the middle of Don Mills, nestled amongst houses all worth anywhere from $1.5 million to $3.5 million, and there it has been since 1954. If I move up to my ward and a little to the west, this is 22 Elkhorn Drive, and it's around the corner from Bayview Village Mall. It fit into the suburban site that it's on. Elkhorn's not even a major street. It's actually a short street between major streets, but it sits beside an elementary school. And it actually has, I know this report now, as it's amended, looks at 60 units. There's actually almost 90 units in this building. It has additions to it because it was one of those irregular lots right beside the elementary school that is as deep as the school property, and yet there wasn't much else you could put on it, and you certainly wouldn't drop in industrial beside an elementary school and amongst the houses. But it has sat there since 1962. What I'm showing you here is not a Toronto property. This is a 43-unit co-owned and cooperative housing that was built on 4 single-family dwelling lots mid-block on one of the numbered streets in East Vancouver. And while it looks like 2 lovely wood timber houses, it rolls back over the lot in a very inventive way, and there are 43 units of housing in this project, but you wouldn't know it to look at them from the street, and you wouldn't know it to walk up and down the street, because it has a very interesting ownership model that includes, City of Vancouver required them to include affordable housing. It includes 12 affordable units in it, affordable rental units, and the others are co-owners. Planning is probably well familiar with this project because it's famous. It is famous for how it has worked in this neighborhood despite a lot of controversy when the application was first made by the co-owners. Madam Speaker, that's my show and tell. I'm going to be guided when I vote on this item on what I hear from the Chair of Planning and what I have already heard from planning staff in their report and in their answers to questions, because as I've just demonstrated, this is not something new. This is not terrifying weird science. This is not the end of the world. This is a return to something that we were doing mid-major streets, deeply embedded in subdivisions in 1954. The issue that our residents are having is that for a long, long time, we stopped doing it. It's through no fault of anyone in planning. It's simply the way planning regimes evolved over time, and we suddenly stopped. And we decided that if a single-family dwelling exists, it's sacred. It's sacred. You can't put anything in it. But the fact of the matter is, when we began to build the suburbs in the City of Toronto, in almost every subdivision, if we're honest, if we're really honest and we really have our eyes open, in almost every one, you will find one of those mid-rise, low-rise, smaller numbers of units projects, and it went in probably somewhere between 1954 and 1974. We did a lot of them. In fact, you actually wouldn't do a plan of subdivision without somewhere embedding one little piece of it.
5 seconds.
Be it townhouses or exactly the types of buildings I just showed you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you. And Councillor Carroll, I really appreciated your show and tell, because I was going to do some show and tell myself, but not as prepared as you, even with the... we have some props coming shortly from Councillor Holyday, that really to look and see how those buildings nestled into community have worked for years. Even with our missing middle, when I look through my ward, I see on Gillard Avenue, there's 8 apartments built right in beside the housing. On Dundas, there's a lot of heightened density. And there's just tremendous number of creative ways to increase density. And this is definitely one of them. The mid-rise study that we did years ago was essentially on major arterials or major roads that had commercial. And I was happy Mr. Connect clarified that. So next door, if you're putting this right in the neighborhood, you're not going to have all kinds of commercial there, but that it's very possible to do. And I will say when the mid-rise guidelines came in, that it was a little difficult, like 6 stories. Now we think, well, that's nothing. But at that time, people had the mindset that Councillor Carroll described very well of just getting used to only one type of housing in the neighborhood. And they didn't think about the affordability. They didn't think that we needed to build up on our streets, but that was a planning exercise from, I guess, probably, I can't remember how many years ago. And I did ask about the Daniels building on Queen Street, which they just built as of right, with 59 units, 32 one-bedroom, 17 two-bedroom, and 10 three-bedroom as condos back then. And it's a beautiful spot, works really well. I think it could just be at just about anywhere on these major roads. And I was very happy to hear that our kind of base case is 20 meters right-of-way, and that this report takes it up to 30, 32, 35, even 40-plus meters of right-of-way that you could site these 6-story buildings on without going through a lot of hoops. So when Daniels built this, they just walked in, said, we're building as of right, we're just doing this. It was very quick, and they were able to build very quickly because of that. I think that and I won't be able to support Councillor Crisanti, I'm sorry, I won't be able to support, because that's at least 30, 35 meters wide. That's a major, major, major road. The Finch West LRT is running along Finch, and I know Councillor Perruzza, if it's not opened, he's going to be there. He's going to be driving that train himself. It's all set to open. Tracks are in the pictures. So hopefully it's not like the crosstown, that it has no complications. But you do have major transit right there. So I understand that folks are a little worried about what the impact's going to be, and I think that Councillor Mantis is clear. He's going to support this, but he wants us to go and talk to the community and have planning talk to the community to say, here's the goal, that this road that you think is only 2 lanes is actually 27 meters wide, because the city owns all of this property, which we can then say, here's how much we'd like to have you build on either side. So there is, this is a really great effort. I want to make sure that the unit mix, we're not creating shoe boxes, as has happened in one location on the Danforth. I think everything's just almost a studio apartment. And when you can run off to the OLT on that, they run off to the OLT. We didn't get that. We want that. And unfortunately, I don't think that's a good use of good land use. I think that's not what we're looking for in neighborhoods. I don't think that people who are going to have this gentle density want to have small, teeny tiny units. I think they want to make sure that there's a good mix. I think that we want to make sure there's a good percentage. I think we want to make sure that it looks good and that it fits well. And I believe that this report, and particularly the supplemental, will make sure that those things can happen. For those who are really concerned about the height, and then you're coming down to 6 stories, down to a one story. Oh, East York apartment neighborhood has 20 stories, and the street next up has bungalows. So this isn't something new in the city. It might be new to certain neighborhoods, but it's something that's quite well established. Thank you.
Thank you. There's an awful lot of noise in the council chambers. Everyone is talking. There's way too much noise. Can you please, members of council, take your seats? We're in the middle of a council meeting. Okay, and Councillor, like we're in council. It sounds like we're at a party. So Councillor Fletcher, if you can come up. Councillor Holyday to speak. Councillor Holyday to speak. Councillor Holyday.
He went that away.
He's getting his prop.
Councillor Holyday.
He's going to get his props. Yes, he's got props. He's got props. Is he the last speaker?
No, he's not. There's a lot.
What do you want to do?
Okay, we'll put him on hold. Councillor Sachs to speak.
Thank you. I have a motion, which I think Clerks has. I have a situation very similar to Deputy Mayor McKelvey, where if anybody who's driven down Bayview, there's a very, very steep decline and then a very steep cliff, and there's no way to build on that. So in consideration of the unusual topography, staff have recommended that we amend the report to delete those houses. But otherwise, I do want to strongly support the recommendations in the report. We urgently need this kind of housing. If I was going to do show and tell, I would have pictures from my ward. As many of you know, Rosedale, in my opinion, is one of the most beautiful areas of the city. And we have a mix. We have houses, we have townhouses, we have low-rise apartment buildings, we have all of these different kinds of things because it was built between the 50s and the 70s, and then the rest of my ward hasn't been allowed to do it. So we need this housing. We also know that from a climate point of view, the best way that we can house people without blowing through our carbon budgets is 4 to 6 story buildings, ideally made of wood in infill areas where we're not paving new land. So this is exactly what we need to bring together the competing crises of housing affordability and of climate, and also of restoring population. I mean, my ward is not the only one where there are areas where over the last 50 years we've had a substantial loss in population because houses that used to have maybe mom and dad and 4 kids and a female relative or 2 and a couple of tenants are now just a couple. So we need places for people to live. Lots of people want to live in these areas. We can accommodate them. We have the servicing. And we need the people to support the local businesses, the transit, and everything else. So thank you for this report. It's been a long time coming. We really need it. For anybody who doesn't want to see our green belt paved, this is part of the answer. We have to make room for people here, and it shouldn't be in just high rises. The 4plexes that we've done, it's great, but they're expensive, and they can't accommodate the hundreds of thousands of people who are coming here. High-rise buildings, they have their place, but lots of people don't want to live there, and we shouldn't force people to live there. We have to give alternatives. This gives us the opportunity to make alternatives. I am really grateful to see that staff have paid attention to the study that we commissioned ourselves about what does it take to make it economic to build these buildings. We've all talked here about how many buildings and how many dwelling units we approve that nobody builds. That doesn't do anyone any good. We have to allow people to build something that makes financial sense and that meets a real need. And these buildings can do that, and making it as of right is necessary. The other thing that's necessary is to hold the line and not allow exceptions in places where these buildings can actually be built. Because there is enormous pressure. Everyone loves their community. Almost everyone I know who already lives in a community loves it there and doesn't want it to change. And if we allow that pressure, sure, intensify, but not near me, then we don't get the housing we need, and we just increase the pressure on everybody else to make more and more and more exceptions. I think that staff are right. This needs to be a standard rule. It needs to be consistent, predictable, and as simple as possible so that people actually build the stuff that we need. So thank you, everyone, and thank you to staff.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up, Councillor Holyday, you're back. Do you have the props now ready? Did you go for those? Do? Okay, you are up. We are waiting with bated breath to see those. You are
Thank
started.
you, Deputy Speaker. If I could ask the clerks to present the three motions for me. We'll talk about them in a second. The first is a deferral, the second is an amendment, and the third is a delete and replace. I've spoken to a lot of people about this. Make no mistake, Council. People are talking about this. People see this in the community of Etobicoke Centre as despicable. They see this as insensitive. They hold council in contempt. They use words that I can't even say because they're unparliamentary. If I could ask the clerks to put up the images that I submitted. You know, we saw some nice pictures a little bit earlier today of some 3-story buildings. May I show you what a 6-story one looks like? But maybe while those get up, I'll talk about the three motions that I have. The first one is to ask that this item be deferred and that we take a closer look at the map, to look at the criteria which indicates which major streets and what the attributes are. Okay, there we go. So there's a 6-story building. Can you spot the councillor? Can you flip one forward? Flip one page forward. Oh, there he is. So that's what 6 stories looks like, okay? So imagine that next to a bungalow where there had been nothing before. That's deplorable. Imagine somebody having that thing built. And you know what, I didn't have a striped shirt, but, you know, but imagine the shadows cast by that building. And why this matters is because that's as of right. The resident doesn't even get a say in this particular matter. So one of my other motions is to ask the staff to take this away and come back with a system that allows people to have input into these decisions. That 6-story building could, depending on the window configuration, have a 1.8 meter setback on the property next to it. How anyone could think that that's okay is beyond me, especially if you're the one that lives next door. So the third motion is one that I've heard loud and clear from the community of Etobicoke Centre because this affects us. And that is the matter of through lot. Through lot is when the backyard faces the major street and the homes are orientated towards the inner side of the community. And so the proposal is, no, there wasn't a property or development there before, but we're going to take those and we're now going to build buildings in the backyards. And we're now going to point them towards the inside of the neighborhood. It's not even a major street. It's going to locate the frontages on the minor street. And I'm sure that's convenient for transportation to say, well, you know, we don't want any more entrances on the major street. We'll just direct all the traffic through the most quiet part of the street. So this not only affects just the lots that could be redeveloped in their immediate neighbors, it affects all of the houses on the streets on the inside of the neighborhood. That's why this has people talking. That's why they see council as insensitive. Housing, housing, housing. The panic, we got to do it. I'll remind council, here's the photo. Council exceeded the housing target by 51%. We got the big check for it. And I remind that, I show residents, you don't need to panic when you make planning decisions. You should make rational decisions that follow policy and give some recognition of the people that elected us and put us here in office. Flip through the different maps. You'll see some of the maps have a lot of red on them. A lot of lots that are affected. Some of them have almost none. I'm sure that's an easy vote for some of those councillors. But I have to throw these three motions at it. I have to throw all the salvos because people are so upset with this. And there's many different approaches towards it. They said, please, Councillor, can you have a chance for us to talk about that map 3? It doesn't make sense to us. One of the streets, Renfort, doesn't even have public transportation on it, but somehow it's a major street. Not even a bus. I couldn't get it. I couldn't drag it out of the staff, an explanation as to why this street and not that street. And that's what I fear about. If we don't put parameters around what the appropriate streets are for intensification, this is going to get shredded in the different tribunals and the different developers that are going to come along very industriously and say, well, this street is a fantastic candidate. It meets all kinds of criteria, but it's not on the map. It's just a map.
Thank you,
And that map
Chair.
will get amended.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor. Any questions of the mover on the deferral motion? We're now going to debate the deferral motion, starting with questions. Any questions? Seeing none. Speakers on the deferral motion?
I'll speak.
Councillor Perks is on the list to speak. Thank you. 1 second, please.
Change is terrifying. It is so scary and spooky. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The city of Toronto literally is building more housing than anywhere in North America, and we have been doing that every year for 20 years. For 20 years. When I go and have a conversation with my constituents about, a development application, they don't, say all kinds of things that can't be repeated on the floor of council. They actually participate in a conversation about getting the building right. Literally what happens. But some members of council evidently are indulging members of the public and telling them, if you use really, really nasty language, we can stop it from happening. We approve, I don't know how many thousands of units a year. It's a big number. I don't know what it is that is so special about the people that some members of this council represent, that they get to say no, and nobody else in the city gets to say no. But here we are. Here we are. We started consulting on this in September. Thousands of people have participated in that conversation. Some members of council don't like the outcome, so they don't say, I'll vote against it because I disagree. They say, let's just keep pushing it off. Because maybe, I don't know, in 3 months or 6 months, the angries who swear a lot will have changed their mind. If Councillor Holyday and others don't like the proposal, they have a simple option. They can vote their conscience and vote no. But deferring, which is what we're debating right now, is frankly a cowardly act.
Okay. I knew that was coming. Councillor Holyday.
Speaker, how dare a member refer to another as cowardly because they placed a motion?
Yeah.
And then to say that it's just pushing it off when it's got a whole page of work to do with it? Speaker, I absolutely insist you bring this to order.
Please.
My rights have been infringed.
No, I understand.
I'm not tolerating being called a coward in the council.
Okay, Councillor Holyday, hold on. Councillor Perks, can you please apologize and take back those words because that wasn't appropriate to call a member of council a coward.
I would never call Councillor Holyday a coward, and I did not. I said it would be a cowardly act for people to defer this. We draw a distinction. We draw a distinction in debate between describing people's actions and speaking to the nature of the individual. It is parliamentary. It is parliamentary to characterize.
Okay.
It is parliamentary to characterize motions, votes, and acts in certain ways, and not parliamentary to characterize individuals in that way.
No, but
I was careful to make that distinction. If Councillor Holyday has misunderstood me, I will clarify it again and again and again.
That's not
I did not say he was a coward.
No, Councillor Perks,
I said it would be a cowardly act to defer it.
Councillor Perks, please. You're referring to a councillor. And
I did not.
And I'm asking you to please apologize. Please. Please apologize. Please apologize, Councillor Perks.
Microphone.
That's my ruling.
Okay, I'll accept your ruling. Councillor Holyday, I sincerely apologize. I do not think you are a coward. I would never say so, and I will never say so.
Okay, we're voting on the deferral, recorded vote. I don't see your name here. Councillor Prusa, this is just on the deferral. You want to speak on the deferral? Oh, okay. Okay, we're voting on the deferral, recorded vote. So members of council, we're voting on the deferral. To make it clear.
Madam Speaker, the motion to defer does not carry. The vote is 4-20.
Thank you. We'll go back to the speakers list. Okay. Councillor Candeval to speak.
I have two motions, if staff can bring them up. One seeks to approve and consult on a few portions of my ward. Do you need me to read it out in entirety, or? And this? Yeah, okay, so I summed up the first one, and the second one is to request the chief planner and executive director as part of monitoring to review building permits in relation to level of transit service. It's an opportunity for us to make correlations between where we see this gentle intensification and where amenities, important amenities like transit exist, and an opportunity to increase transit service in areas that do see this intensification and require that access to important public transit, which is one of the main features that I think we have to reflect in this process. We heard a spectrum of arguments about this policy venture, which is a one-size-fits-all, but being reflective enough to understand the variation in impacts in neighborhoods, whether it's an abutting individual or the lack of community and social infrastructure that needs to be addressed as a whole host of tools that we as a city should be enacting as part of lively and community and complete communities. So these motions, one in particular, in relation to my ward, in conjunction with a few other streets, which I'm happy and satisfied that staff will be working with me to address community concerns. We, as councillors, know the tone and texture of our neighborhoods and what will work and not to be so blunt about it, but I think those are important spaces for us as a council with city staff to work in the interests of creating supply, but keeping in mind the local impacts and the local needs, which include, in my ward and many suburban wards, the need for family-friendly units. It's become incredibly concerning to see many families of 4 or 5 living in a one-bedroom unit, partly out of affordability, but also out of lack of access and lack of availability. So I do recognize the immediate and pressing need to have supply that's fitting, but it needs to be contextual and done in a nuanced way, appreciative of what is existing, or rather not existing in our neighborhoods, whether it's community centers, walkable grocery stores, bus service, and a host of other elements that make complete communities. So I don't want that baby to be thrown out as part of the bathwater, so to speak, in that we do need to continually apply a nuanced, layered approach to these discussions and ultimately decisions at Community Council in relation to these potential applications. So I'll conclude my remarks on this topic in that fashion, underscoring that there is concern from neighborhoods, but my residents do understand and acknowledge the need for supply, but to be done in a way that's sensitive and in a fashion that is correlated with access to amenities. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza to speak.
I want to just weigh in on the equation of affordability, because I think that's what all of this exercise is about. It's about creating housing so that somehow housing becomes more affordable, more accessible to more people. I think a lot of the things that we are doing here, we are talking about, want to reach at that. That's the goal. And then you look at what you have in front of you and you say, how does this do that? Well, it doesn't. There are, from a land development perspective, there are speculators, developers, and then there's builders. So what we are doing and what we are facilitating, in fact, to a question of the chief planner this morning, was, big buildings, $1 billion, remember when I did that? $1 billion developments, big stuff, we're just increasing land values. The answer was, but we did that on the waterfront, and eventually it gets built. It's true. I turned my mind to that for a second, and it's true 15, 20, 25 years later, when all of the speculative value on the land increases have been taken away by somebody. So somebody made a whole bunch of money, drove up the cost of housing, didn't build anything. Someone else came along and built it much later at a much higher value. Putting housing out of reach of people in terms of affordability. What does this do? It gives some folks across the city a rezoned value at a higher level. In some cases, at a much higher level. We're doing that without an application. That's what this does. So that's where you start. You start potentially at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stories, X number of units, and then some. Why? Because as those applications come forward, some of them will fit the new value, many of them will not, but it creates a much higher starting point, benchmark for land value. That's what you're doing. Are you really building any housing? I'm not sure. Is it more affordable? Absolutely not. Because the reverse is true. You're actually increasing land value without anybody's effort to do that, right? You're just giving it up. It's kind of like a bit of a gift. What we really need to do is we need to do a form of this that is real. I.e., you take some of these roadways in this way, you create a zoning regime, but a complete zoning regime with fixed limits. Not new starting points, but caps. That is a builder's dream. People who actually want to build something, they love predictability. They know what they can do. They've got the right to do it. They apply for a building permit. They get their building permit. They know what the cost of land is. You stabilize the cost of land. You know how much it's going to cost. You take out the unpredictability. You take out the time equations. You take out the increased costs. You take out the ever-changing interest rates. And then you build a product that you can bring to market, right?
5 seconds.
Then you have a game changer. So you want to change the game, that's what you need to do, not this. This just increases land value and drives up housing prices.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start with a note of thanks to Brooke and Kyle and Carrie and the city planning team. This has been a long time coming. This is a major undertaking. You've done a lot of work, a lot of consultation over the past number of years on this file, and you did a bunch more work between May 8th or May 9th or whenever we met a committee and where we got here today in the supplemental report. And I'm going to come back to that because there's some pieces I want to key up on. But if we step back and think about where we've come from and where we are today, this work started a number of years ago, and it was all about how do we create more housing opportunities for more people in more neighborhoods? How do we provide the certainty that Councillor Perruzza was just talking about? How do we make it clear where we want to see the city grow and what that growth is going to look like? This was the foundation of the Housing Action Plan. And, you know, we started with garden suites. We eliminated exclusionary zoning. We brought forward multiplex. Today, we're about to make a monumental decision on major streets. Next month, we've got avenues. These are big, transformative swings that will forever reshape growth and housing opportunities in the city going forward. And I understand that's not actually necessarily universally popular. I appreciate those perspectives. Change is difficult. I want to commend Councillor Myers and Councillor Candeval for their motions, which sort of respond to some of that uncertainty and those difficult conversations that are happening in communities that will continue to happen after today. But they're not standing in front of the important work that has been done to get us to that moment. And tip of the cap, because I actually really appreciate that. I think that's pragmatic, and I think that's smart. When we got to committee and we had a 30-unit cap on a 6-story building, our own financial analysis said these would never be built as apartment buildings in Scarborough or Etobicoke because they're not financially viable. And this is sort of thematic of the balancing equation that we try and do as we come from what I would call a 2003 planning paradigm into 2024 amidst a housing supply and affordability crisis, where we have policies that are moving us in the right direction, but won't actually pencil, they won't actually work, and they wouldn't translate into the type of housing that we want to see. I call that radical incrementalism, and it has been sort of a hallmark of the way we've been making planning decisions over the past decade or so at the City of Toronto. To staff's credit, and to the conversations and all the deputants that came out at the Planning and Housing Committee, the point was impressed and made time and time again that in this market, with the historic headwinds we're facing with respect to interest costs, construction financing, labor, construction materials, land costs, we need to provide builders some flexibility so that they can actually make these projects viable. Because the reason there's not a lot of shovels in the ground right now is we have a very long and expensive approval process. It requires a ton of different variances to get there. And then by the time you go through that process, it's extremely expensive and you can't make these projects financially viable. Having that flexibility on the 60 units, that will make these things more likely to go. And certainly as market conditions improve, we're going to see these projects popping up across the City of Toronto, and I think that's really important. It also creates an opportunity for a new type of builder to emerge, which I think is a positive thing in a city which desperately needs more housing supply. We talk a lot about affordability. Affordability is very important. But it always comes down to the fundamental question of how many hundreds of thousands of dollars can you secure on a per-door basis from either the feds, the province, or the city, or somebody else to make those units affordable. If you're not qualifying for that subsidy because your income is such that you're making too much money to qualify for a program, but you're not making enough money to be able to afford anything, you're really jammed. And those are the folks who are getting pushed out of the city every single day in Toronto and moving further and further away, and yet play such a vital part of our economy and our future sustainability and success in Toronto going forward. Major streets, missing middle, that's an answer to that. It's not the whole answer, but it is more housing options and more neighborhoods for more people. The city, local government, is creating a policy environment where that is actually possible, where we want to see those type of outcomes. And I'm confident as market conditions improve, because of the work that the staff team and others have done today, we will be better positioned to grow in, frankly, the type of housing that so many people have been calling for versus the last 20 years where you've had ground-oriented, single-detached, 60-story towers, nothing in between. So well done, team. Thrilled to see this, and this will move us forward in a positive way for the years to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I actually was not going to speak, but I changed my mind. I want to thank staff for all their work on this file. As Councillor Bradford mentioned, it's been years in the making. And so thank you for putting your best foot forward on this. We all know we're in a housing crisis. We've talked about it ad nauseum since I've been here and before I actually came here. Toronto Centre is one of the most densely populated areas in the city. And still, we're still building up. And I support that. I feel that it is a responsible thing to do as a city councillor, that I do my part to help address the need of the housing crisis that we're faced in. Some of the meetings I actually have in my office, with university presidents, college presidents, hospital CEOs, have said to me that students are not coming here because they have nowhere to stay. Staff are not coming here because we have nowhere to put them. Nurses, doctors are not coming here because they don't have a place to stay. And they expect us as councillors to help them deal with this. And of course, this impacts us in a negative way in time, because we're losing all these talents to come into the city. So I feel that this help address some of these issues. We need to build housing right across the city in all neighborhoods. And we're not experts in housing. I don't claim to be a housing expert. This is why we have staff to help us deal with this. The only councillor actually in this chamber that actually has a planning degree is Councillor Bradford. And he just spoke And he hasn't actually brought any, he hasn't even made any amendments to staff's recommendation. And so that's, to me, that's very telling. So I just want to say that I support this recommendations that's been put before us. And again, thank you to staff for all the work they've done. And yeah, that's about it.
Thank you. Councillor Myers to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you, I would just also like to add my thank you for the staff for all the hard work, Kyle, Brooke, and Carrie, and also for thanking them for working with myself and Councillor Mantis on Huntingwood Drive on that specific street. It was very much appreciated. And I just want to rise and add my support for the EHON initiative. Scarborough North is a great community, and we are unfortunately one of the wards that is actually losing population consistently. And it is my hope that through initiatives like this and through other projects that we're pioneering in our ward, that we are able to start attracting families that are growing up in the ward but are forced to leave because there's nowhere for them to raise their own families, or they feel that if they are to get ahead, they somehow have to leave the city. I think projects like this are exactly in the direction that we need to go in terms of creating more walkable, livable, sustainable neighborhoods. And I think that, this is such a good indicative that of all of my entire ward, my residents only had concern on one road, which 10 years ago wouldn't have been the case. There would have been like so much pushback on this initiative, but the fact that there was just reasonable concerns brought up, but general acceptance of the overall direction and package, I think is a testament to the city's attitude that we are ready to embrace this initiative and we are ready to start attracting and retaining those young families, workers, new immigrants that really have powered this city for generations. So very, very thankful and grateful that we've reached this point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the last speaker is Councillor Perks.
Speaker, let me add my voice to the choruses of people thanking staff. Once again, the planning staff has sent their all-star team to help us make decisions. I've really paid close attention during this debate, and I want to thank those members of council who went the extra mile to find a way to get to yes and to help us move this forward. The mayor made some good motions. Councillor McKelvey, God bless her, I think she understands the official plan better than anyone in the city. Her little fix is good. Councillor Sachs has found a little technical thing that's helpful. And especially I want to thank Councillors Mantis, Candevel, and Myers, who started from a position of thinking maybe we should take some streets out, but landed in a position of saying, no, put them in, but when we're doing our review, let's have a conversation in those neighborhoods about how it's going. Very helpful all. There are, however, 4 councillors who've moved motions that I urge you to vote against because they are taking streets out. These are motions by councillors Burnside, Ainsley, Crisanti, and Holiday. We can't do zoning bylaws where, individual councillors opt out. We have to speak with one voice and provide a unified, thoughtful, well-reasoned position that applies equitably across the city. And that's why I can't support motions that take streets out. In thinking about the overall thing going on here, 3 really important historical figures popped into my mind. The first is Henny Penny, that really important creature of British myth. Once upon a time, an acorn fell on Henny Penny's head, and Henny Penny ran around telling all of her friends, Turkey Lurkey and the others, that the sky was falling. Every time we get an EHON report, an acorn drops. And, when we were talking about laneway houses, my God, the sky was going to fall. the sky was going to fall. Neighborhoods were going to be overrun with houses in people's laneways, and the neighborhood would no longer be worth living in. I think we approved 50 or 60 a year. They fit in very nicely. Same thing with garden suites. Another acorn falls, the sky is falling. I just went out and checked. I just went out the door there. I looked, the sky is still fine, and it will be fine when we approve this. This will not lead to wholesale short-term change on any street anywhere in Toronto. When we do our planning, we plan for 50 years. And over the course of 50 years, these streets will gradually fill in with a wider range of housing types. And Councillor Perruzza is right. This doesn't solve the affordability thing, but what it does is give a variety of housing types in a neighborhood. And why is that important? People should be able to live in the neighborhood regardless of the size of their family, regardless of how old they are. A senior who is downsizing shouldn't only have the option of moving into a condo in Midtown. They should be able to stay in their neighborhood, perhaps a small apartment on the street next to the one they lived in for the last 30 years. When someone's ready to move out of home and they don't have a way yet to think about what their long-term family home is going to be, an apartment in the neighborhood they grew up in is a fantastic option. That's why it's called housing options. This is not affordability. The second important figure that's on my mind is King Canute. Whether we want it to happen or not, people are going to move to Toronto. You do nothing by going and planting your throne on the beach and saying, I'm going to hold back the tide. They will come. What we do as councillors is plan in a smart way for how we accommodate a growing population. This report is one of many tools that we have. The final figure I was thinking of is Joe Strummer. The future is unwritten. That is why so many councillors have made a wise choice in asking that there be further conversation as part of the review that staff are planning to do. So with that, I commend the report, most of those motions with the exception of the 4 that take streets out. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so let's start the voting. Okay. Okay. Okay, if everyone can take their seats, we're going to start voting. Our first motion is motion 8C by Councillor Holyday. Recorded vote.
Council Perruzza, please. Madam Speaker, motion 8C does not carry. The vote is 3-21.
Our next motion is motion 1A by Mayor Chow. Yes. We'll wait for it to come up. Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Chang, Councillor Perruzza, please. Madam Speaker, motion 1A carries. The vote is 23-1.
Next motion is 8B by Councillor Holyday. Recorded vote.
Councillor Mantis, Councillor Chang, please. Madam Speaker, motion 8B does not carry. The vote is 5-19.
Next motion is motion 2 by Councillor McKelvey. Do we need a recorded vote? No? On favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Next motion, motion 4 by Councillor Burnside. Yeah, recorded. Sorry.
Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Perruzza, please. Madam Speaker, motion 4 does not carry. The vote is 7-17.
Next motion is 5A by Councillor Ainsley. Recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, motion 5A does not carry. The vote is 10-14.
Next motion, motion 6 by Councillor Crisanti. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Madam Speaker, motion 6 does not carry. The vote is 4-20.
Next motion is motion 7 by Councillor Sachs. On favor? Carried. Next motion is 1B by Mayor Chow. On favor? Carried. Oh, it's on the screen. Recorded vote? Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Chang. Councillor Perruzza, please. Madam Speaker, motion 1B carries. The vote is 22-2.
Councillor Perks. Whose motion did you think that was? You going by names or?
I'm exhausted.
So I imagine that you want to reopen. Councillor Pasternak will reopen. On favor. Okay, let's start again. Recorded vote. Recorded vote. Now, the color red is no.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Hold on. Hold on. Yes. Because I said red, I was looking at red.
Madam Speaker, the revote on motion 1B carries. The vote is 23-1.
Okay, the next motion is motion 3 by Councillor Mantis. On favor? Pardon? On favor? Carried. Motion 5B by Councillor Ainsley. On favor? Oh, Councillor Mantis. Okay, we're voting on Councillor Ainsley's. No, there's 2 by Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Ainsley had 2. Okay, do we want a recorded vote? On favor? Carried. Okay, the last motion is motion number 9 by Councillor Candeval. On favor? Carried. Item is amended, recorded vote. I knew you were going to say that, Councillor Holiday. I read your lips. Green is yes. It's like when you go through a traffic, it's green means you go, red means you stop. Yeah.
Madam Speaker, the item as amended carries. The vote is 21-3.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Chow.
I wonder whether there's a will in this council to finish all items tonight, but provide a half an hour break for the clerks and for our staff between 6 to 6:30. And I don't think there's that many items left anyway, rather than coming back tomorrow. Let's just finish the agenda tonight. I'm missing the YWCA. And yeah, we can, quick releases. So do you want me to move the motion unless people object too much? Is it okay? Okay, let's do the quick release first and then I'll ask again. Okay.
Regardless of what the quick release is, we're not going to finish by 6, so we have to agree to extend, right? So the motion by the mayor is that we have a 6 o'clock break and then come back at 6:30 and finish the agenda. Now, we'll do quick releases, so we may not have to stay that long. So let's just move the motion by the mayor. On favor? Carried.
Okay, all right.
Okay, Councillor Holiday. So we'll do quick releases. Councillor Holiday?
It's a quick point of order. Earlier, the mayor provided very helpful commentary about our members' motions or motions with notice or without notice. And Speaker, I wondered if you would take it on to write a letter or instruction to members to remind us that it's often better to go to committee. And that's the way our process is set up. And remind members that, that there's criteria to bring things here to council. And maybe some rationale is needed when things are brought to council as to why they're urgent. Because not having staff advice is very problematic. And I realize sometimes we slip into habits, and I know you as Speaker will take the opportunity to remind us.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. That's a good suggestion. Thank you. Okay, so let's see if we can do quick releases. And Councillor Matlow.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy to release the double header of CC 18.17, 1420 Yonge Street, and then vote on the heritage property matter, and then do the TE 13.24, 1404 to 1428 Yonge Street construction staging area. If this is
let's just do it one at a
If you
time.
want me to explain it, I'm happy to.
No, Councillor
Okay.
Matlow, just so we can do it. So you're releasing CC 18.17?
So I'm doing the two of them together. Yeah. Yes. One at a time, but CC first.
CC.
With an amendment.
Pardon?
With an amendment.
Yeah. Yeah, we have the amendment that's on the screen. This on CC 18.17, 1420 Yonge Street. We have the amendment by Councillor Matlow on the screen. On favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Okay.
And then the T. So now we are on to T 13.24, 1404 to 1428 Yonge Street. Construction area, congratulations everyone. You've been part of a very creative and innovative way to ensure that the bike lane on Yonge Street and the lanes aren't interrupted while allowing for the staging to move forward. Thank you.
We have the motion by Councillor Matlow on the screen, and it's here without a recommendation, so that would be the motion. It's on the screen by Councillor Matlow. On favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. MM 18.19, the motion from Councillor Chang that I held. I'm going to release. I was going to make some scintillating comments, but I will save them till September when the culture report comes due.
Okay, so Councillor Carroll is releasing MM 18.19. On favor? Carried. Councillor Moyes.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'd like to release MM 18.7. It's releasing Section 37 funds to the Housing Secretariat, the amount of 500,000. Yeah, there's a motion.
So MM 18.7, which is the release of Section
Yeah,
37
I have an
funds.
amendment, yes.
So you're releasing that, right?
I am, and there's an amendment.
Okay. Oh, you have an amendment. It's on the screen?
Yes, the money's going to go to Elizabeth Fry Society. It's a shelter with wraparound services for women and non-binary folks. Happy to-
Okay. So the amendment is on the screen by Councillor Moyes on MM 18.7. On favor? Show of hands, post if any carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Councillor Cheng.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to move CC 18.2. There is a new confidential attachment.
Okay, hold on. Let me get it. What is the number?
It's CC 18.2.
Okay. So you're moving that?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so on CC 18.2, Councillor Cheng is moving. On favor? Carried.
And
Oh, go ahead.
CC 18.
Hold on. Item is amended. On favor? Carried.
CC 18.4 also has a new confidential amendment.
Okay, so on CC 18.4, Councillor Cheng is releasing. On favor? Pardon? Do you want to hold it? Okay, let's just hold it. All right. Councillor Sachs.
T 6.3, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities from the Striking Committee.
Okay, just okay.
ST for the Striking Committee, 6.3. Yes, I'm releasing that.
Okay, that's the council member amendments to the FCM. On favor? Carried. Thank you.
And I have one more.
Okay.
TE 13.42, which is the Dundas Street Chinatown streetcar. I have an amendment.
Okay, it's here without a
Yes,
recommendation.
and
So will you,
staff have my motions.
we'll put the motion on the screen.
There should be
This
two.
is on, hold on, T 13.42, keeping Dundas Street streetcar moving.
Right. And
Okay.
there are two motions. The first one is adopting the staff recommendations, which I think I just saw on the screen. And, all right, and the second one is a request for a report back on how well it worked.
So if we can put the second one on the screen.
Very little parking so that the streetcar can get through until the Spadina construction's finished, and then they're going to tell us what to do next. Yes. Yes. And turn restrictions.
Okay, do we want to hold it down? Mayor?
Okay, all right, come back to it.
Okay, let's hold it down. All right, Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I can quick release T 13.48, creating a community safety zone on Lakeshore.
Okay,
Okay, I'll continue to hold it.
all right. Deputy Mayor Malik. She's not here. Councillor Candeville.
Move the supplementary report on CC 673 Warden Avenue, and I want to thank.
Well, hold on. CC 18.6?
Yeah, and to move the supplementary report.
Okay.
And I want to thank staff for working diligently. Laura Bissett from Legal. This was a great story where we increased the commercial retail space by 40% and really.
Okay, thank you.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, please just release it. We're doing quick releases. Okay. On the amendment by Councillor Candeval, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Fletcher.
My mic's not. TE 13.8, 1400 Gerard Street East zoning bylaw amendment application decision report.
Okay, just 1 sec. Let me find it. What did you, I didn't hear you.
TE?
Yes?
13.8.
Okay, just a sec. Let me find it.
1400
Yeah, I got
Gerard
it.
Street East zoning bylaw amendment application decision
Okay.
report. And it is moving the staff recommendations, but I want a recorded vote.
Okay, so you're moving the staff recommendation. You want a recorded vote?
That's right, yeah.
Okay, recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, motion 1 carries. The vote is 21 to 1.
Go back to the list, please. Councillor Perks.
Yes, Speaker, a moment ago, Councillor Cheng tried to release CC 18.4. I've looked at the confidential. I can let it go. So.
Okay, so Councillor Chang.
Oh, I'd like to move the confidential amendment that was just attached this afternoon.
Okay, on favor, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, just 1 sec, please. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. The first item I'd like to release is ST 6.2. It's on the Service Excellence Committee to just receive that item.
Okay, just a sec. Let me find it.
Made some other adjustments.
This is the council member appointments to fill vacancy on service exec, whatever. Okay.
Yeah, the Service Excellence Committee, yes.
Okay. So what are you doing?
I'm releasing it.
But it's here without a recommendation.
There was a mayoral decision on it.
Was there another?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, on favor? Carried.
Thank you. And the next item is MM 18.22. It's the advancement of professional women's soccer in Toronto and seeking proposals for Lamport Stadium. This is the motion that was originally seconded by Councillor Robinson. And there's just two things. One very small amendment based on correcting an error in the in part 1. And Clerks has that. And if I could just speak very briefly to this, just because of the importance of the collaborative work and the leadership that Councillor Robinson put towards this. Yeah, is that all right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to start off by sharing how important and meaningful it is to be able to bring forward this really important motion. Of course, for me, as a local councillor for many of Toronto's major sports teams, I'm proud to champion sports in our city, but especially women's sports, to be able to be at the PWHL Toronto's first playoff game at Exhibition Place, and then also to join this morning at the announcement of a WNBA team coming to Toronto. We are seeing women's sports gain the investment and support that they so rightly deserve right across this city, province, and country, and I'm excited that women and girls from every part of our city and our province and our country will be able to see themselves reflected in the highest levels of sport and competition. We know that this is really important with FIFA quickly approaching. It's really important and critical for us to take this opportunity and use the plans that we have for the World Cup to continue to champion women's soccer in Toronto. And one potential for such a place is Lamport Stadium in my ward, to ensure that the local community is an active player in this work and that any steps forward benefit the local residents and communities across the city, as we also look to support the public realm improvements that this council approved. And this is really important for me to be able to bring forward because no one saw this more clearly and with as much conviction as Councillor Robinson. This work wouldn't have been possible without her vision and her commitment. Jay's leadership, which we know very well on FIFA, on sports in our city, and especially leadership on women's sports, is an example of how we make this city more caring, more inclusive, more fun, and a more enjoyable place that we can be proud of calling home. She, encouraged forward this motion with her signature determination, and I'm very grateful to have been on the receiving end of that collaborative spirit to make it possible as well. We want to ensure that women and girls had a future that shines brighter each year, and that we were taking every opportunity to make it so. And I'm glad that Jay's leadership and those shared values can live on in the legacy of the work that is an outcome of this motion and the impact it will have for women in sports right across this city and this country. This motion is a reflection of her ideas and her determination and her leadership, which we will continue to champion as we move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And can we have a recorded vote on this item, please?
So on the amendment by Deputy Mayor Malik, on favor, carried. On the motion as amended, Mayor Chow, you wanted to have a recorded vote before, so let's do a recorded vote, okay? Recorded vote. That's on MM 18.22, announcement of professional women's soccer in Toronto.
Madam Speaker, the item as amended carries unanimously. The vote is 22 in favor.
Okay. Mayor Chow, you had your name down. Did you have a release?
Yes, that was Councillor Sachs. Councillor Sachs' motion is totally fine.
Okay. Okay, so Councillor Sachs?
TE 13.42, some parking and traffic restrictions so the Dundas streetcar can actually be more on time while the Spadina streetcar is shut down. And then a report back as to what we should do in the long term.
Okay. On the amendment, on favor, carried.
There are two amendments.
Yes, we'll put the other one up.
Get it moving.
There's the second one, 1B. On favor, carried.
Brad, you can move your, remove your link.
Councillor Bradford, do you have another one?
Don't you have to do item as amended?
No, because it was here without a recommendation.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bradford, you have another quick release?
Yep, thanks, Madam Speaker. I have I don't have the number in front of me, but it's the Lakeshore Safety Zone. That is now okay, and happy to release. Thank you, MM 18.5.
Okay, so okay, but because there's one item that I know staff is here, I wanted to speak on before we recessed.
Yep.
So which item is it, Councillor Bradford?
18.5, good to go. Send it away, thank you.
MM 18.5, taking congestion seriously?
No?
That's 18.5.
No, I'm sorry.
Wow. Oh, don't listen to Paula. It's the Lakeshore.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher, you're the one that waved your hand and says, hurry up, let's do
Yeah.
it. Okay, you see, it's a good thing that I...
Yeah, you're on it. 13.48.
Okay, hold on. T 13.8, which is creating a community... That's what I just said, T 13.48. Creating a community safety zone. Okay, so you're releasing that, Councillor Bradford? Okay, now we got it. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. For 6 o'clock to do IE 13.2, which is the Eglinton Complete Street Project? Yeah? Okay, so Councillor Fletcher, can you come here and take the chair? Because I held the item down and I just have an amendment to move. And I don't know, do other members of council have any amendments on this item? You do? Okay. So we might not be able to finish by 6. We'll start. Okay.
We'll just finish it, and then we'll take an extra half hour. Or we'll depends how many people. Depends how many. So you don't have your name down, Speaker, but I'm going to let you go anyway. That's fine. I can't do that because you don't have your name up there.
Just press this. Request to speak.
Okay.
There.
All right.
Good thing I took. Do you have questions or speak?
You ready?
Sorry. Oh, does Matlow have questions? Oh, Councillor Matlow has questions.
Do you have questions of staff, Councillor Matlow? Okay, questions, staff. Go, please proceed, yeah. Hang on 1 second. I've got the speaker up there.
Fit there?
Yeah, that's right. Okay, you're on. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To Jacqueline or Barbara, the report contains a commitment from Transportation Services that in the vicinity of the Eglinton Avenue and Allen intersection, the Complete Street project for the section between Old Park, Glen Cedar Road, and Marley Avenue would be implemented only after adjustments are made to improve traffic operations at the intersection. Would Transportation Services be willing to extend the limits of the commitment to 1 block east to Hilltop/Chiltern Hill intersection?
Through the Speaker, yes, Councillor, we would.
Thank you. And then the other question is that I understand that as recommended by Infrastructure and Environment Committee in Recommendation 1, Transportation Services will determine the implementation, timing, and coordination with Metrolinx. Good luck with that, by the way. And the TTC to ensure that it's optimally aligned with the opening of the Eglinton Crosstown LRT to minimize negative traffic impacts due to construction and to minimize the traffic impacts from the continued operation of existing TTC's service bus routes in the new Complete Street configuration prior to the opening of the Eglinton Crosstown Light Rail Transit. Does this recommend give Transportation Services staff the authority needed to plan the implementation, timing of segments of the project to minimize impacts on communities like Cedarvale?
Yes, it does, Councillor. That's our intention. Thank you.
Did we totally put this together and execute it together perfectly?
There's been a lot of collaboration on this project overall.
Thank you.
Your questions are finished, Councillor Matlow.
Yes, they are.
Councillor Nunziata wishes to speak on this. Thank
No more
you.
questions?
Councillor Nunziata.
I do have a motion amendment that
Okay.
council, that staff drafted up for me. If we can put it on the screen. Okay, it's on the screen that City Council directed General Manager Transportation Service to continue to coordinate with Metrolinx to ensure that the signal coordination and road configuration at the intersections of Your Road, Trethewey Road, Eglinton, Keel, Trethewey be resolved to minimize congestion in advance of the Eglinton Keel Complete Streets Project installation in Ward 5, York Southwestern. Now, I did speak to staff about this. So this Metrolinx is doing all their work at Eglinton and Keel, and I don't know if people know where Eglinton. So at Eglinton and Keel, you have Trethewey, Your Road, and Keel Street all merging into one lane, and the traffic signals there haven't been adjusted yet. So we have everybody. It's like bumper cars. People are bumping into each other because they don't know which road to go right, which road to go left. So until this gets resolved with Metrolinx, Metrolinx is working with transportation to do the reconfiguration on that intersection, to defer that portion of it until everything's resolved, because it would be a nightmare. I mean, when we're doing construction and there's road work, it's very difficult to put these bike lanes in. You have to complete the work first before you install the bike lanes, because it's not going to be very safe if you have construction going on and then you're putting the bike lanes. It makes more sense to finish the work and then put the bike lanes in. So that's my amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Oh, are there any other speakers? Councillor Matlow, hang on, got you there. 1 minute. And then Okay. Please proceed.
I have
You're
a
on.
couple of motions. You'd put them up. As they go, so these motions are unsurprisingly follow-ups to the questions that I just asked staff, which are really part and parcel of the work that we've been doing over the past couple of years to make sure that this isn't about whether or not we make Eglinton a complete street, but to do it well and to do it with the community in a way that builds support. And I believe we've really been doing that well together. I want to acknowledge Jacqueline, Barbara, and the entire team that they've worked with for their willingness and their interest, frankly, in working with our offices and the community directly over and over and over again, and so consistently, to ensure that we make Eglinton the kind of street that will benefit our Midtown community for many years to come. I want to acknowledge also Councillor Cole is just such a pleasure to work with. And we've been working so closely with our common community in Midtown to ensure that while the designs are being developed, that everything is done thoughtfully to mitigate the possibility of traffic incursion to the neighborhoods, and to ensure that Eglinton not only is a complete street, but just as importantly, a safe and functional street. Nathan Weiner from my team and Andy Stein from Mike's team have done such incredible work working with the community. And I also just want to acknowledge the community. These kind of debates, I think, Councillor Holliday could attest to this. Bike lanes can be contentious, can be, very polarizing. And I want to acknowledge how thoughtful this discussion has become and the culture that's been created, where it's not a question about, do we want people to be safe? Do we want the street to be complete for every mode of transportation? The question has really turned into, how do we do this well? How do we design it well? And how do we do it in a way that the real interests are considered? In other words, how do we make sure that Eglinton is a vibrant, beautifully designed, animated, safe street, but also recognizing that over the past several years, because of the LRT construction, traffic has moved into the neighborhoods. And it's not just the typical kind of, hey, I don't want traffic in my neighborhood issue. Like there literally are blocks and blocks and blocks and blocks and blocks of congestion every single day in the Cedarville neighborhood, for example, which makes the community less safe and less functional. And that's why we're doing this in a way that I think is thoughtful, it's consultative, and the focus is on good design so that everyone's interests are not only considered, but actually reflected in the ultimate outcome. So I'm very proud of the work that we've been doing together with the community that has been a co-author of the ultimate plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so let's vote on the motion. First motion. By Councillor Matlow, all in favor? Carried. Next motion. By Councillor Nunziata, all in favor? Carried. Item is amended, all in favor? Recorded vote? Okay, recorded vote. I never make a mistake. I always push the right buttons. Maybe once I do. Yeah, this is item as amended, Councillor Cole.
Councillor Perruzza, when you're seated, please. Councillor Sachs. Members, we've closed the voting panel. Councillor Sachs, may I have your vote verbally, please? In the affirmative, thank you. And Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please. In the affirmative, thank you. Madam Speaker, the motion 1 carries. The vote is 19-1.
Okay, we're recessed to 6:30. Oh, item is amended, on favor? I thought we just voted on that. Pardon? No, that was item as amended. Huh? Okay, item is amended. I thought we voted on it. I was almost sure that it was item as amended that we voted on. Councillor Sachs, please.
Councillor Fletcher, your vote, please. Members, we've closed the voting panel. Councillor Fletcher, your vote, please. In the affirmative, thank you. Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please. In the affirmative, thank you. Madam Speaker, the item is amended. Carries. The vote is 20-1.
Okay, we're Okay, can you do it after? No, it'd be really fast. Okay. Councillor Holiday.
Speaker, due to the confusion of the voting, I would have normally supported your motion, and I wanted to read that into the microphone. I got no problem with the timing of the lights. I don't need to reopen it. I just wanted to vote against the item as amended. Thank you.
So I was right.
You were right. You were right, Speaker. I heard the exact same thing that you did.
No, I said we already voted on item
I
as
agree.
amended.
I
And I
agree.
was told by the clerk, no, you didn't.
I agree with you, Speaker.
And you were voting against my Anyway, let's recess to 6:30. Thank you.